The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Tobacco and Vapes Bill, as amended in Public Bill Committee, to be considered.
No.
We will begin with Government New Clause 11, with which it will be convenient to consider other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move Government New Clause 11, Minister Ashley Dalton.
I beg to move that the clause now be read a second time. I'd like to start by thanking all honourable and right honourable members for their invaluable contributions during the passage of the bill to date, and in particular members of the Public Bill Committee for providing insight, scrutiny and debate. I'm honoured to have taken on responsibility for this bill. It is a watershed piece of legislation and the most significant public health intervention since the ban on smoking in public places in 2007. It will establish a smoke-free generation by gradually ending the sale of tobacco products across the UK so that a child turning 16 this year will never be able to be legally sold tobacco, saving countless lives in the process. It will strengthen existing powers to reduce the harms of second-hand smoke in public spaces. In keeping with our manifesto commitment to the British people, it will outlaw the manipulative promotion of vapes to children to protect the next generation from being hooked on nicotine. And finally, it will implement robust measures to strengthen enforcement activity. Now, I don't need to tell anyone in this chamber that tobacco kills. We all know this. What honourable members may not know is just how much it kills, and the rate at which it kills, and the devastation it causes for individuals, families and communities across the country. But let me remind us, tobacco kills more people than any other preventable cause of death. Any. Around 80,000 people in the UK lose their lives to tobacco every year. It robs smokers of an average of 10 years of life expectancy. It substantially increases the risk of many major health conditions throughout people's lives, such as strokes, diabetes, heart disease, stillbirth, dementia and asthma. This daily tragedy continues unabated, with someone being admitted to hospital because of smoking almost every minute, day in, day out, and with no end in sight. The harms of tobacco are not felt equally either. It is our most disadvantaged communities who suffer most. 230,000 households live in smoking-induced poverty. In Blackpool, 17.5% of pregnant women still smoke at the time of delivery, in comparison to 2.8% in Kensington and Chelsea. Over a quarter of people with a long-term mental health condition smoke. Beyond this immeasurable cost to lives in the UK, the staggering economic impact of tobacco on our NHS cannot be ignored. The treatment of smoking-related diseases consumes approximately £3 billion a year of vital NHS and social care resources. The cost of smoking to our economy is even greater. 18 billion lost in productivity every year, a figure which far outweighs the tax receipts it brings in of around 9 billion. This bill is a vital step to break the devastating cycle of tobacco addiction, safeguarding future generations from a lifetime of ill health. But the world moves forward, and we cannot ignore the alarming rise of youth vaping. Whilst vaping is less harmful than smoking and can be an effective quit aid for adult smokers, children should never vape. However, in the past 5 years, youth vaping has more than doubled. 1 in 4 11 to 15-year-olds tried vaping in 2023, and it's no accident. This is in part due to the deliberate branding and advertisement of vapes to our children, with brightly coloured packaging and enticing sweet-like flavours. A calculated strategy to hook young people on nicotine. We cannot afford to wait to act. I will turn now to the amendments laid by the Government, which seek to strengthen the bill and ensure greater clarity. As we create the first smoke-free generation and strengthen age restrictions on vapes and nicotine products, we want to support retailers in taking appropriate steps to ensure they do not sell to customers under the age of sale. Government amendments NC 11, 47 to 49, 51 to 53, 61, 63, 65 to 67, 69 to 71, 75, 77, 79 and 81 are a package of amendments and consequential amendments to the bill. They seek to remove potential ambiguity for retailers regarding the use of digital identity for verifying the age of prospective customers when selling tobacco, vaping and nicotine products. During committee, members raised concerns that the list of identity documents to satisfy the defence for a person charged with selling products to someone under the age of sale was limited, and queried the inclusion of other forms of physical and digital identity. So these amendments remove the lists of physical ID from the face of the bill and instead provide powers for the Secretary of State and the Department of Health in Northern Ireland to specify in regulations the steps that may be taken to verify a customer's age in order to meet the requirements for the defence. This revised approach better future-proofs the defence against developments in identification processes and provides the potential to recognise digital ID in the context of the defence, as well as physical ID, supporting the widespread use of digital ID. These amendments will provide the opportunity for effective interaction with the provisions in Part 2 of the Data Use and Access Bill currently in Parliament, which includes provisions relating to digital verification services. Digital verification services provide an opportunity to securely verify age for both in-person and online sales, and we will continue to work closely with the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology and other departments when developing the regulations. New Clause 11 provides a similar power for Scottish ministers to prescribe in regulations the steps which should be taken to establish a customer's age as a defence to an age of sale offence. This will enable Scottish ministers to respond to changes in technology and consumer behaviours which may move away from the presentation of a physical document. The last Labour government took bold action to prohibit displays of tobacco products, to protect children and young people from being enticed into addiction and create a more supportive environment for adults seeking to quit. This bill goes further and gives powers to limit the display of a wider range of products, including herbal smoking products, cigarette papers, vapes and nicotine products. Government Amendments 56, 57, 60, 62, 74, 76, 78 and 80 have been tabled to alter the powers in the bill for England, Wales and Northern Ireland, which regulate the displays of products and their prices so that they will also cover tobacco-related devices. As discussed in committee, pipes, heated tobacco devices and bongs are currently displayed in shops and can have the effect of promoting tobacco usage. This amendment will ensure that we can make regulations to prevent products that facilitate the consumption of tobacco openly displayed by retailers. The bill bans the sale of vapes, nicotine products and cigarette papers from vending machines in England, Wales and Northern Ireland, and restates the existing ban on tobacco vending machines. We know that vending machines are used to bypass age of sale restrictions and to undertake proxy purchases on behalf of people under the age of sale. Government Amendments 50, 54, 55, 64, 68, 72 and 73 are clarifying amendments that make the scope of the prohibition on vending machines absolutely clear. This was discussed at committee. The government's position is that the Tobacco Sales from Vending Machines England Regulations 2010 already apply where a customer has a coupon, receipt or token purchased elsewhere, which can be redeemed at a machine. We're amending these clauses so that all machines which dispense products in connection with a sale are clearly captured by the ban. The bill strengthens the enforcement regime to support law-abiding retailers while also taking action against those who break the rules. Along with introducing new fixed penalty notice and new powers to create a licensing system, the bill reenacts provisions on restricted premises orders and restricted sales orders. These are existing measures that local authority trading standards in England and Wales can use when dealing with a retailer that persistently breaches restrictions. This ensures that there are a range of tools in the enforcement armoury so that trading standards officers can act quickly and effectively against rogue retailers. Government Amendments 58 and 59 clarify a point raised during committee by removing a duplicative and unnecessary provision that would prevent a business or individual from operating a vending machine for the sale of tobacco, vaping or nicotine product following the issuing of a restricted premises order or restricted sales order. Given the bill already prohibits the use of vending machines for tobacco, vaping or nicotine products, there is no need for restricted premises orders and restricted sale orders to expressly prohibit the use of vending machines. Together, these government amendments will improve the implementation and enforceability of measures in the bill to ensure the most effective protection for the public, and I commend them to the House. Turning now to the wider amendments in the group, I thank honourable members for their scrutiny of the bill so far, and before winding up later, I will try to cover some of the key themes touched upon. On the amendment seeking to undermine the smoke-free generation, I'm sure we will hear arguments from some honourable members who've been listening to the tobacco industry's arguments and myths about how people should be free to make their own choices. But I would say to them, smoking kills 2/3 of its users. 3/4 of people wish they'd never started smoking, and the majority want to quit. That's not freedom of choice. The tobacco industry took away their choice with addiction, usually at a young age. In relation to smoke-free places, we've been clear. In England, we intend to consult on extending smoke-free outdoor places to outside schools, children's playgrounds and hospitals, but not outdoor hospitality settings at this time. No smoker wants to harm people, but with second-hand smoke they do. If you can smell cigarette smoke, you are inhaling it. This is particularly important for children, pregnant women, or people with pre-existing health conditions such as asthma or heart disease. The only way to stop this harm is to stop people smoking around others. While I understand honourable members' proposals to list specific places on the face of the bill or to add additional limits to the use of the powers, it is right that we consult on the detail before making regulations and have the necessary powers to protect children and vulnerable people from the harms of second-hand smoking. I'm grateful to the co-chairs of the APPG on smoking and health, my honourable friend the member for the City of Durham and the honourable member for Harrow East for their long-standing support for this bill. Through their amendments, they highlight the importance of retaining a focus on support for current smokers. This is why we're investing an extra £70 million for the local stop smoking services this year and working to ensure that all NHS hospitals offer opt-out smoking cessation services into routine care. I hope that they will be pleased that we've been able to confirm the extension of the Swap to Stop scheme for the coming year with up to £19 million of funding to provide free vape starter kits for smokers to use as quit aids. On the group of amendments relating to vape advertising, we realise that the products being deliberately marketed at children is unacceptable. And this is why we've included a commitment to stop vapes being branded and advertised to children. The government is also investing £10 million of new funding for the coming year for trading standards to tackle underage illicit tobacco and vapes, to boost the trading standards workforce by recruiting 80 new apprentices, providing additional boots on the ground. Very briefly.
Minister for giving way on that point. And trading standards is really important. Obviously, therefore, so are fixed penalty notices. So will she therefore be supporting today the amendment which will mean that any fixed penalty notices will be retained by the local authorities to spend on public health? They're saving the NHS money, as she mentioned earlier.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. As you will know, there are measures already in the bill where some of the fines can be retained and certainly can be retained in order to make it cost neutral for local authorities. But I'm sure we'll explore that later through the bill. The bill contains regulation-making powers on a range of aspects of product requirements that already allow us to do many things that honourable members seek to achieve. But I look forward to listening to contributions to today's debate on the wider list of amendments and to responding to the points made.
The question is that new clause 11 be read a second time. I call opposition spokesperson Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is now a truth universally acknowledged that smoking is bad for one's health. It is the leading cause of preventable death in this country, responsible for over 80,000 deaths every year. When we say that number, it's easy to allow it to trip off the tongue as another statistic, without really realising just how many people it represents. For each of them, such as my Nana Burton, who was a smoker and who died of lung cancer, there is a personal story of damaged health and often an early and preventable death. The Conservative Party introduced a bill based on a similar premise to this one in the last Parliament, although the government has made significant changes since to the legislation, including taking a power which can be used to ban smoking and vaping in pub gardens, as well as a licensing scheme for tobacco products. I'll move on to Amendment 85, Madam Deputy Speaker. While we've received repeated assurances that the Secretary of State intends to use the measures in this bill only to improve public health, we must still examine whether the legislation is proportionate and reasonable. As far as I can see, it gives the Secretary of State enormous powers to extend the smoke-free legislation to any place with minimal oversight and without needing to provide a reason. There were whispers last summer that the government was considering banning smoking in pub gardens, before they hastily withdrew this provision in the face of public backlash. If only, Madam Deputy Speaker, they would withdraw more of their policies on the face of public backlash, perhaps they wouldn't be in the situation that we're in now. The bill as it stands empowers the Secretary of State to extend smoke-free and vape-free regulations to more places, essentially to any place, with the aim of reducing exposure to second-hand smoke and promoting public health. However, the government did not accept our amendment at second reading that it should only apply to places that have a provable significant risk to public health to justify such a ban. For this reason, I commend Amendment 85 once again, which restricts the Secretary of State to only being able to designate open or unenclosed spaces outside a hospital, a children's playground, a nursery school, a college or a higher education premise as a smoke-free area. These are the areas the Secretary of State has said he wants to target, would prevent any sort of targeting of other areas such as pub gardens by the back door. While he claims that is not his intention now, that may not remain the case for the rest of this government, nor indeed any future government, and that's a risk in allowing these measures to stand. And for those reasons, I encourage the House to support Amendment 85. New Clause 18 and Amendment 89. The new bill also gives powers to the Secretary of State to introduce a new licensing scheme for retailers selling tobacco, vaping or nicotine products. However, we know that licensing schemes will come at a cost to businesses, to local authorities to administer them, and enforcement. That does not make it the wrong thing to do, but we would need to make sure that any licensing scheme is not excessively burdensome nor expensive. New Clause 18 in Amendment 89 would therefore require the government to consult on the new licensing scheme for tobacco sales before it comes into force. This would mean that the views and impact on businesses, including small businesses, are heard and ensure that councils and trading standards have the capacity to be able to deliver such a scheme. Ultimately, there is a balance, Madam Deputy Speaker, to get right between the requirements on business and public health, and a public consultation would ensure that the government is more likely to get that balance right. New Clause 19. Another concern we've heard by those who oppose the bill is the impact the legislation would have on the illicit black market. HMRC estimates that the illicit market in tobacco duty and related VAT was £2.8 billion in 21-22, with the tobacco duty tax gap broadly unchanged since 2015. While in 2023, the Chartered Trading Standards Institute estimated that a staggering 1 in 3 vape products were non-compliant. But with warnings that increasing the age for the requirement for tobacco products and prohibiting more vaping could expand the black market economy further, it is sensible to take precautions to tackle the issue.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I mean, specifically on New Clause 19, would my honourable friend agree it is inevitable that the generational smoking ban will lead to an increase in the illegal tobacco market? And that is a very regrettable part of this bill.
It's certainly a significant possibility, and that is the reason for moving the amendment, as my honourable friend will understand. These illegal products can include smuggled and counterfeit cigarettes, vapes with nicotine levels way above the legal limits, and products containing illegal and potentially dangerous ingredients. These can be more harmful and may not include the appropriate labelling requirements and health warnings that genuine products have to do. Regardless of whether colleagues support or oppose this bill as a whole, I'm sure that we can all agree that a black market is unacceptable. We have therefore put forward an amendment that would require the government to produce annual reports on the rate of sale and availability of illegal tobacco and vaping products, and their impact on public health and safety.
I wonder if my honourable friend would allow me. I'm
extremely
grateful to my honourable friend who I know has taken a fierce line, and rightly so, on illegal tobacco sales in Lincolnshire. Will she acknowledge that actually those illegal tobacco sales are often linked to serious and organised crime? The shops that sell them are often linked to money laundering, usually foreign-owned, by the way, and the damage they do is extreme. Yeah. And so will she join me in urging further action by government to support trading standards and the local police who are doing such a fine job in trying to clamp down on this industrial-scale crime?
Minister.
As is usually the case, I find myself agreeing with the right honourable gentleman. And of course that is why we've introduced this amendment, because it will give us the evidence that we require and that the enforcement authorities require in order to be able to make sure that the black market is reduced. And I understand I was giving way to my honourable friend behind me.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would she accept that it's not a risk that the black market is actually open, but in fact that the black market in tobacco already significantly exists? So, for example, in 2021 there were 23.6 billion cigarettes sold under duty, whereas in 2024 that's 13.2 billion, a 44% reduction, whereas the Ash survey actually thinks that smoking is only reduced by 0.5%. So the black market is already here. It's not that a new thing is going to be created, so this is an even greater risk.
Shadow Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and he makes a very fair point. The black market we know does exist. This amendment would enable the government to understand the scale of and the changes in that black market and enable enforcement authorities to enforce it more robustly. If we move on to Amendment 90, the legislation in its current form will ban all forms of advertising of nicotine and non-nicotine vapes and nicotine product and sponsorship which promotes these products. Adverts will no longer be permitted on posters, billboards or the side of buses, and will prevent sports teams by being sponsored by a vaping company. As both Member of Parliament and as a children's doctor, I've been very concerned about the sharp increase in children addicted to vaping, and more recently the other nicotine products such as pouches which have begun to flood the market. School teachers have reported that children are unable to concentrate or even to complete a whole lesson without visiting the bathroom to vape. Action to tackle this rise in youth vaping is welcome, and I support steps to restrict their appeal to young people, including through flavours and packaging. However, it should be noticed, and I noticed the Minister did mention this in her speech, that vaping can be a useful smoking cessation tool for adult smokers trying to quit. In fact, that should, in my view, be their only purpose. Within the context of proposed advertising restrictions, this amendment, proposed by Amendment 90, would ensure that vapes are being targeted solely as a quit aid to help adults stop smoking can continue in recognition of their role in bringing down smoking rates. Finally, we tabled new clause 20 to introduce a requirement on online vaping products to operate an age verification policy, as currently the case in Scotland. Whether someone is buying vaping products or online or in store, robust provisions must be in place to ensure the purchaser is of legal age, and businesses must therefore have a robust policy in place. We have seen through recent tragedies that age verification process for online sales on age-restricted products have not been always effective. This amendment will be an important step towards protecting children from accessing products online they should not be able to buy. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservative Party has a strong record of action on tobacco control. It was under a Conservative government that plain packaging was introduced for all tobacco products, that minimum pack sizes for cigarettes and rolling tobacco was introduced, policies which have been demonstrably effective at reducing smoking rates. I've personally campaigned passionately on the issue of tobacco and vapes for over 2 years, and I'm pleased to see that some of my original amendments to this bill have made it beyond committee stage and are with us today. I was also very glad to see some of the new government amendments at report stage, which were born of debates we had at committee stage, that have strengthened the bill. Our amendments today are designed to highlight some of the difficulties within this bill. We oppose the government's power grab of taking powers to ban smoking and vaping wherever they choose by regulation, but without consultation or necessarily enough notice. We have concerns about how the bill will operate in practice in terms of the burden on small businesses and the potential for unintended consequences, such as a growth in the black market for tobacco products. We would ask that the government seriously consider our amendments today.
I call Preet Gill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome my honourable friend, the Minister, to her role. It's a great pleasure to speak in this debate to support this genuinely world-leading piece of public health legislation to help consign smoking to the history books. Unless we act to help people stay healthy, the rising tide of ill health in our society threatens to overwhelm our NHS. Empowering back public health, as the last government did, was the definition of penny wise but pound foolish. It is vital we tackle the causes of ill health, not just the symptoms, so we can save the taxpayer billions, but most importantly, save lives. We know that prevention is better than cure. And we've heard today smoking remains the single biggest preventable cause of ill health in our country, causing 80,000 deaths a year, responsible for 1 in 4 cancer deaths, and it is a factor in over 70% of lung cancer cases. In my own constituency alone, nearly 12,000 people smoke. They are more likely to leave the workforce due to ill health. Many will suffer strokes, heart attacks, conditions like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and on average, they will lose 10 years of life expectancy. But the real tragedy of this is how many thousands of these smokers will have started when they were children, when they didn't know any better and simply have never been able to quit. And most smokers report wishing that they had never started, which is why it is incumbent on us all to support this legislation to help stop the start. According to Ash, in my constituency alone, the cost of smoking exceeds 19 million every year, including 56 million in lost productivity, 4 million drained from the NHS and 30.7 million in social care. And the costs of smoking to our society are enormous, and that is why it is time to stub it out. Even today, in 2025, hundreds of young people a day take the first drag of a habit they will never manage to kick and will regret for the rest of their lives. I was proud to lead the opposition's response to the last government's bill through committee in the last Parliament, and as I said then, there is no freedom in addiction. It is a shame that the Conservative Party leader allowed her ideology to blind her from that fact when she voted against this legislation in the last Parliament and in this one. Where the last government failed to get the Tobacco and Vapes Bill over line, this government will get the job done. But I am proud that the government has vastly improved on the legislation that the last government drew up. Firstly, the introduction of a new licensing regime to cover tobacco and nicotine products, including vapes, is hugely welcome. This was a key recommendation of the Kaur review in 2022, which the last government largely ignored, and which retailers and the public overwhelmingly support, according to the surveys conducted by Ash. The status quo, where there was no requirement to obtain a licence to sell these products, is a major gap in enforcement, particularly when you consider that the sale of alcohol is licensed, while nicotine and tobacco are not. Secondly, I'm pleased that the government is taking forward an amendment I tabled in committee during the last Parliament for the introduction of £200 on-the-spot fines for retailers selling products to people underage. In 2019 to 2020, of the councils who undertook test purchasing, 50% reported that cigarettes or tobacco products were sold to children who were under 18 in at least one premise. That evidence is that the current regime is not enough of a deterrent. And the introduction of new on-the-spot fines, double the amount the last government proposed, will be much easier to issue and much harder to ignore. So does the Minister agree with me that double the fine is double the deterrent? And thirdly, I want to commend ministers on the action that they are taking on vapes. Under the last government, youth vaping trebled in 2 years. An estimated 1 in 3 vapes on the market were illicit, products often containing harmful chemicals, heavy metals, or even drugs. These gaping loopholes were left to sit on the statute books for years, putting children at risk. The promulgation of dangerous illicit vapes in shops, schools and on our streets is a real concern. Recently in Birmingham, trading standards and the police led raids on retailers under Operation Cloud, where they seized nearly £6 million worth of illicit vapes, tobacco and drugs. One raid alone, the biggest ever in Birmingham, clawed £1 million of goods out of criminals' hands. It shows the extent of the problem regarding the illicit market and the incredible job that council trading standards teams do to keep the public safe. I therefore thank the government for getting behind trading standards with a 10 million boost to support their work next year. And in particular, I want to welcome the new government's introduction of clauses to this bill to set up a testing regime for vapes, a proposal that I championed in the last Parliament. It is shocking that under the current rules, and unlike tobacco, there is no testing regime for vaping products. It means that dodgy products can be rubber stamped by the British regulator and wind up on our shelves, undermining the valuable enforcement work that trading standards do to identify and seize unnotified products. As testing of vapes marketed at young people has shown, a significant proportion of vaping products aren't what they say they are. Some market themselves as 0% nicotine, but they're not, leading to accidental addictions. Others contain harmful substances like heavy metals and even antifreeze. This was evidenced by research from Interscientific. And that is why, during the last Parliament, I tabled amendments that would have established a new testing regime for vapes. Unfortunately, the Conservatives voted them down. So I want to commend ministers for introducing powers that the last government snubbed. Nearly 3 million people have quit smoking using vapes. Clearly, they have a role to play in the transition to a smoke-free future. But if they are to be used as a stop-smoking aid, we need confidence that the products people buy are safe. And that is what routine testing would do. Finally, I want to commend the government on amendments that have strengthened this bill, closing the loopholes on vape vending machines and banning vape advertising, promotions and sponsorships. These clauses will ensure that these products are kept away from the impressionable eyes of young people, so the next generation is not simply substituting one nicotine addiction for another. There were significant holes in the last government's plan, and I'm glad the new government is slamming them shut. Madam Deputy Speaker, the health crisis facing our country was never one that has been confined to the running of the hospital wards, doctor surgeries and dental practices of our country. We are a sicker nation, and that public health challenge needs confronting too. Life expectancy was extended by 3.5 years over the course of the last government, but in the 14 years under the Tories, it grew by just 4 months. In this bill, we see the epitome of the future-facing approach that only a Labour government can deliver. By stopping the start, ensuring that the next generation never develop an addiction to nicotine, we can protect their health and well-being and our NHS for many years to come. Thank you.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for her opening remarks as well, and add my broad support for the improvements that the Government has made to the bill. I'm going to restrict my comments mainly to Amendments 1 and 2, which have been tabled in my name and by my honourable friends, the members for Winchester, Eastleigh, Chichester and Mid-Sussex. And I'll also comment on New Clause 1, which has been tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Bath, and which I've added my name to. But starting with Amendments 1 and 2, the point of these amendments is to direct the monies raised from fixed penalty notices to public health initiatives determined by the relevant local authority. Now, Liberal Democrats agree with the Secretary of State and the Government that prevention is better than sickness and cure, and that public health initiatives are crucial to making those key shifts in healthcare that we're all hoping to achieve. Now, we must also remember that while the Secretary of State is hoping to create a smoke-free generation for those born after the 1st of January 2009, there will be existing smokers who may well wish to stop and who may need help from a public health initiative or a smoking cessation programme in order to do so. Now, public health budgets have been cut by a quarter by the Conservatives since 2015, meaning fewer people have had help to quit. And that's not what anybody is hoping to achieve, either with this legislation or more broadly with the reforms to the NHS. Now, research by University College London showed that in parts of England, smoking rates have begun to rise again and have been flatlining as a whole since 2020. Between 2020 and 2024, they rose by 10% in southern England and fell by 9.7% over the same period in the north. And that means that overall, an estimated 7.5 million adults in England are smokers. Now, they concluded that this disparity between north and south reflected the concentration of dedicated tobacco control programmes in northern regions and the positive impact that those have had and their relative absence in the south. Now, there's also evidence, as the Honourable Lady has just mentioned, that there is significant black market activity happening in the United Kingdom, and therefore cessation activities have become even more important to deprive those criminal gangs of funds and ensure that people are free of their grip. So, given the impact of public health initiatives, I would sincerely urge the Government to accept the Liberal Democrat amendment, Amendment 1 and its consequential Amendment number 2 in this area, which are in line with their objectives and would improve health and save taxpayers money in the long run. Now, may I move on to Amendment 84, which is tabled in my name. Now, this is very similar to the opposition amendment of 85. It restricts the abilities of the Secretary of State to unreasonably designate a place as a smoke-free area, which the current legislation really does allow. Now, the Conservatives have been a bit sloppy, if they don't mind me saying so, in their amendment, because they've managed to remove protections in existing law for areas where there is a significant risk of second-hand smoke to be included in the smoke-free areas. The Liberal Democrat amendment number 85 has that added safeguard, so that if the chief scientific... Sorry, that's easy for me to say. If the Chief Scientific Advisor advises that there is a significant risk of second-hand smoke, then it can be designated as smoke-free. And of course, it also retains the existing areas that the Secretary of State has indicated that he will designate as smoke-free, including NHS premises, schools and educational establishments and children's playgrounds. Now, of course, the Secretary of State has indicated that he will not designate other areas as smoke-free, particularly when they would have a detrimental impact on our already struggling hospitality industry and much-loved village pubs, and we take him at his word on that commitment. But I hope the Minister can imagine a future in which a different Secretary of State is less inclined to honour a promise made by someone else at the dispatch box. And I think it's right and good order that in that scenario, Parliament should get a vote on the change of heart. So I urge the Government to consider this amendment carefully and ensure that the legislation matches the promises made at the dispatch box. Moving on to new clause 1, which I've also added my name to. This requires the Secretary of State to review and report back on the presence of contaminated vapes and to find ways to reduce their prevalence. My honourable friend has been campaigning on this issue following findings by the University of Bath, which found that 1 in 6 vapes in English schools contained the drug spice. Now, spice can cause serious side effects in children, including cardiac arrest, and so it seems reasonable to me that the Department for Health and Secretary of State try to find a way of addressing this issue. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to highlight that I do intend to push Amendments 1 and 2 to a vote to ensure that there is some additional funding for public health measures. And I very much hope that honourable and right honourable members will support me in this common sense move to improve public health. Thank you.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to begin by declaring an interest as the co-chair of the APBG on smoking and health. And I want to use my time today to speak to my amendments and one or two others. To be clear, to start, the Tobacco and Vapes Bill is a world-leading piece of health legislation which will create the first smoke-free generation, protecting children and young people from the harms of smoking. And in the city of Durham alone, around 5,500 children start smoking each year. And most of them will go on to wish that they'd never started. This bill will end that. It will stop the start and ensure every child has a smoke-free future. And recent data from UCL has shown that the rates of smoking are falling fastest in the North East. And this can at least partly be contributed to the hard work and amazing regional programme like Fresh, which work so hard to tackle inequalities in our region. But the same data also shows that progress is not guaranteed, with some areas showing smoking rates appearing to increase. So the case for action is very clear. I wish to turn to new clause 13 in my name, which seeks to put a duty on the Secretary of State to publish a roadmap to a smoke-free country every 5 years. It was a Labour government who introduced the first ever smoking strategy in 1998, Smoking Kills. Well, it's 2025 now and smoking still kills. This world-leading bill is to be celebrated for many, many reasons. However, the rising age of sale will not impact the 6 million people who are currently smoking in the UK. Smoking is not spread equally across our society, with the most affluent 10% set to become smoke-free this year, but the most deprived will not achieve that at the current rate until 2050. So it's vitally important that the government ensures that no one is left behind as we create a smoke-free future. Having a clear plan in place on how to achieve that, with targets for reducing smoking for the whole population, but also for pregnant women, those struggling with their mental health, and those in occupations with high rates of smoking, will save lives. So will the Minister meet with the APPG following the publication of our report to discuss how we can turbocharge reductions in smoking alongside creating the smoke-free generation? Now, turning to new clause 19 from the Conservatives that would require the Secretary of State to publish reports on the illicit market. Well, let's be clear, HMRC already publish annual data with a very detailed analysis on the illicit market. So it's difficult to see what the Department of Health and Social Care could do in addition to that. There's actually no additional data sources available that would yield any different results. Finally, on the amendments, I want to address amendments 82 and 83, which would remove the exemption that currently exists for performers. Since 2007, the indoor smoking ban, it's been against the law to smoke inside. However, this doesn't apply to actors who are smoking in performances for artistic reasons. And there's a play currently on at the West End, at the London's West End, which tells the story of the American oil lobbyist and master strategist Don Perlman. Don Perlman was a heavy smoker who died from complications to lung cancer, and the actor playing the lead role smokes on stage. Now, I believe this exemption should be removed because actors deserve to have their health protected at work as much as everyone else. Audiences, other actors also deserve to be protected from second-hand smoke. And performances at the National Theatre are already required to substitute smoking in performances for vaping or other alternatives. So there's no reason that all performances shouldn't follow suit. I'd like to now turn to amendments 85 and 86, which talk about the smoke-free extension. And I know there'll be further consultation and debate on the regulations for new extensions to smoke-free places and the creation of vape places. However, can the Minister say today that there will be exemptions in place where it is shown that the use of vapes in that setting aids smoking cessation efforts? For example, the mental health settings. The Mental Health and Smoking Partnership have flagged that vapes are a valuable tool in mental health settings to help patients quit. And so will the Minister again will commit to visiting a mental health trust to hear first-hand about their experience. It's vital that we all work with them to provide clear guidance on how to navigate these changes, and particular attention must be paid to how policies in this bill and those coming into effect beyond it, such as the disposable vapes ban in June, will interact with each other. Finally, today's funding announcement is very, very welcome. However, we have come down to the wire a bit, as funding was due to end at the end of this month. So can we get reassurances that, moving forward, after the spending review, services can expect consistent, long-term funding that allows them to plan their activities and hire staff on longer contracts? Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is a historic opportunity to transform public health in this country, and after working tirelessly for over a decade on it, I'm so proud to support it. However, we must remain vigilant to ensure that no one is left behind. All aspects of this bill, whether the smoking cessation measures or protection for workers in the arts, must be fully realised in order to create a truly smoke-free generation. Thank you.
Dame Caroline Dinenage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think you may agree with me when I say that the longer you spend in this job, the more you realise that almost nothing is ever straightforward. There are nearly always unintended consequences of even the best intentions. And there is absolutely no doubt that smoking, and specifically smoking-related tobacco, has done untold damage to my Gosport constituency and continues to do so. The health of my constituents has suffered as a result of the well-documented effects of regular smoking, and smoking, as we've already heard, is a driver of social and economic inequality. Smokers, on average, earn 7% less than non-smokers. I couldn't believe that when I first read it as a statistic, but when I thought about it, it does make total sense, because of course if you take more time off work because of inevitable ill health effects, if you spend more of your disposable income on tobacco, and if you develop a dependency on a drug like nicotine, that is of course going to impact your earnings over time. Smoking is like an extra tax on the most disadvantaged communities. So I can see why the government has kept with the previous government's ambition to phase smoking out.
Will my honourable friend allow me?
I will.
I agree with everything she says about smoking, but the elephant in this room is the dramatic decline in legal tobacco sales, according to HMRC, by 44% since 21, while the number of smokers has only declined by 0.5%. So this is the elephant in the room. We're reaching the stage where we're taxing cigarettes so much that we are fueling the black market and criminality. And we've got to be aware, as my honourable friend says, of these unintended consequences.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's almost as if my honourable friend had read what I have written next on my piece of paper, because I was going to go on and say that unfortunately we don't live in a perfect world, and there are unintended consequences of even our most noble of ambitions. And this bill is not a silver bullet. There is already a thriving black market for tobacco in Gosport, and I am extremely concerned that prohibition may exacerbate that problem. So I'm really keen to know from the Minister what she plans to do alongside the phased prohibition to properly resource the police forces in Hampshire and around the rest of the country to ensure that the law is upheld. And what plan does she have to take on the criminals who are already profiting and will only profit more as the age at which a person can legally buy tobacco rises? Even without this bill, we know that smoking rates are already falling across the UK through a number of policy interventions, including education and smoking support and awareness campaigns. I recently visited a company in Gosport that was providing innovative smoking cessation support. They're a vaping company, but they're in partnership with NHS Essex, who signpost smokers to their stores, and then they get ongoing support to further enhance their shift away from tobacco. And Hampshire County Council has a similar Smoke-Free Hampshire scheme, and it says it contributes to 500 quits per year. Interventions like these have proven to be successful. So I also want to know from the Minister whether she's weighed up their merits against the possible implications of this bill. But mainly today, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I want to talk about is the new Clause 2, which has been tabled in my name, which I believe to be one of those rare occasions when things genuinely are as simple as they seem. My amendment very simply seeks to ban the use of plastic filters in cigarettes. The debate today, of course, will largely focus on the public health benefits of banning smoking and focusing on improving cancer rates, for example, and rightly so. And I have to be very clear that banning plastic filters will do absolutely nothing for public health. It will make a great deal of difference, though, to the thousands of my constituents who bathe or swim in the Solent, or for the marine life that live there too, because over 2 million cigarette butts are littered or dropped in the Gosport constituency, and that will be a figure that's replicated in every constituency right across the country. And that's litter that we are all paying to clean up. The costs of a local council average around £40 million a year, many of them inevitably being flushed into our waterways, our rivers and our seas. In fact, cigarette butts account for 66% of all littered items in the UK. Obviously, it goes without saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is pretty grim, but bearing in mind that cigarette stubs can take around 14 years to degrade in the marine environment, swimming around Stokes Bay at the end of my road among little pieces of discoloured plastic is obviously unpleasant, but the bigger threat is to the environment. One cigarette butt left to soak in water for 96 hours will release enough toxins to kill half of the salt or freshwater fish that are exposed to it. 40% of chemicals contained in cigarette butt leachate have been found to be either toxic or very toxic to marine life. And there's also even a chance that the slow degradation of these plastic butts are contributing to the rise in microplastics that are being increasingly found in the human body. Marine ecosystems like the Solent Seascape, which covers 52,000 hectares of coastal and marine habitats, including the Titchfield Haven in my constituency, are precious. And we've spoken at length over many years about the impact of sewage in our waterways. But we now need to talk about the impact of plastic. That project aims to reverse the loss of biodiversity in the Solent, which will have all kinds of benefits, including tourism and providing nature-based solutions to flooding. Seagrass installation relies on a very delicate ecosystem which includes thriving fish populations. Leaching toxins from plastic cigarette butts puts those populations at risk. Other large companies have already demonstrated it's easy to make a switch in production that would be required to accommodate this change in the law. Biodegradable filters already exist. It's been 6 years since McDonald's made a decision to switch to paper straws, for example, and yet unlike this, these biodegradable filters work and make no discernible difference to the user experience, which explains why polling suggests this measure is supported by 86% of UK adults. It represents a huge step forward toward removing 3.9 billion cigarette butts from our ecosystem, combating the blight on our beaches and on our streets, the stain in our streams and the rubbish on our roads. So it really is an environmental no-brainer. It's a parliamentary no-brainer with massive public support. I hope the government can see the merits in supporting this amendment today.
Euan Stainbank.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I declare an interest as officer at the APPG for responsible vaping. I was asked by a teenage member of my family over the Christmas break what my biggest regret is, and I undoubtedly go back to an evening at an empty party for anybody unaware of the Scottish Parliament back in 2016 when I first took a draw of a cigarette. I know all too well the addictive power of nicotine, and I promised when I was sent here by the people of Falkirk in July that I would do everything I could to prevent another generation being so easily exposed to it. Sadly, I must say that some of the amendments proposed today may jeopardise that near universally supported ambition in our communities. There is no safe way to consume nicotine, but we've known for near a century that smoking tobacco will in the long term be incredibly damaging to the health of a person. In our communities, if we pass this bill and slowly but surely cut off the tobacco industry from new customers, we will see lower occurrences of cancer, less heart attacks, less strokes and less illness. Points raised by honourable colleagues about the black market are important, and I look forward to hearing the Minister's answers, but do not undermine my support for the generational ban contained within this bill. With regards to some of the amendments proposed, the various attempts to alter the generational smoking ban do not have my support for all of the reasons articulated. When sitting on the Bill Committee, I saw a similar attempt to alter the scope of the bill to set the age of sale at 25. I see similar attempts in the amendment paper to change it to the age of sale to 21 or to scrap the generational smoking ban altogether. I doubt it will come to a surprise in my constituents who are well aware of my leanings, but for me the freedom for our bairns to eventually be allowed to smoke something that may eventually kill them does not fall into the philosophical sphere of inalienable liberties. Saying that, I will don the cloak of alternatively minded colleagues momentarily. For all but the last 3 days of the Bill Committee, I was 24 years old. The shift in the age of sale proposed at the Bill Committee would have deprived me of a liberty I already have and regrettably exercised extensively in my younger years. Depriving adults of their liberty in the name of liberty does strike me as an odd argument for opponents of the generational smoking ban. This generational smoking ban does not deprive anyone of a liberty they currently hold, but shifts tobacco into the category of inaccessible substances for those that never had or will have the right to begin with. The liberty for our bairns to eventually be able to start a smoking campaign would get short shrift from parents at the school gates of Falkirk or from those sitting at the bedside of loved ones dying decades prematurely. No smoker wants their bairns to start smoking. I believe I've got another
My honourable friend give way.
Yes.
I thank my honourable friend. There is growing concern about the use of vapes as a tool to entice children into sexual exploitation. And my probing amendment, new clause 5, was prompted by a police officer in Derby concerned about this national issue. And I'm grateful to the Minister for meeting with me to discuss it. But would my honourable friend agree that we must acknowledge the use of vapes to groom children and ensure that licensing authorities and the police work together to crack down on any retailers connected to these activities?
That she identifies an important point about the protection of young people, and I'd be very interested to hear the Minister address that in our winding up. Non-smokers should never vape, but we should acknowledge that vaping can help a hell of a lot of smokers quit, and that the evidence base we have on relative harm shows that vaping is far less harmful than tobacco smoking. The consolidation of vaping into a more utilitarian device solely used for the cessation of smoking is something I believe we should pursue in future, and that necessitates measures that stop the worrying rise in young people getting their hands on vapes in the first place. During evidence at the Bill Committee stage, Trading Standards articulated that online age gating has a far lower failure rate than sales over the counter, and we heard from various sources about how vapes are still far too easy for our bairns to get their hands on through proxy or underage counter purchases. There is still work to be done to put the onus on the vaping industry to safeguard our bairns. This is why I have put my name to New Clause 6 and New Clause 7 tabled by my honourable friend from Newcastle upon Tyne, West, East and Wallsend. This would permit the Secretary of State to make regulations mandating vape retailers only sell vapes which include approved age-gating technology, allowing adults to lock their vapes and prevent bairns being able to use them. I believe this aligns with and strengthens the Bill's objectives of deterring underage use by seeking to extend protection away from the point of sale to the point of use. I will ask Ministers if they would commit to meeting with myself and the APPG to discuss how age-gating technology and wider measures can be supported in the United Kingdom to strengthen the shared aim we all have to stop bairns vaping. The bill grants the Secretary of State similar powers to bring in regulations relating to display, packaging and flavours of vapes, and on this I will make a few brief points. This bill should not deter smokers switching to vapes. Flavours are a huge reason why smokers quit and stick by quitting, and we should not regulate in any way that undermines the crucial message that we must get to stick with adult smokers that vaping has a far lower relative harm than continuing to smoke. If we can across this House acknowledge the scientific consensus that there is no non-harmful consumption of tobacco, this bill should be supported. I believe it is time to take a step that will do a substantial amount to deter smoking, prevent nicotine addiction and secure a generation against smoking-related disease and premature death. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jack Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst I hesitate to break up the consensus ever so slightly, I do disagree with this bill fundamentally. In my view, because the generational smoking ban misrepresents the proper relationship between the state and the individual and creates two tiers of adults. But members will be heartened to know I don't intend to plough on with that argument too far, recognising the will of the House at second reading that this supports the will of the House. And what I've tried to do in the amendments that I have tabled is to genuinely improve the main aim of the bill in a way that gets people off smoking in the interest of public health, which, regardless of whether you're for or against the generational ban on smoking, I believe is something that we should all support. And that's why I'm grateful for members from right across this House, both from the government benches, from the Liberal Democrats, from the Democratic Unionist Party and some independents, for signing, supporting my amendments that I make today in my name, New Clause 8, New Clause 9, New Clause 10 and Amendment 46. And the message of my amendments is simply this: let's ensure less harmful vapes and nicotine products get to the smokers, the adult smokers, who could benefit from them, so smoking rates continue to fall. In that regard, I'd like to associate myself with some of the remarks that the Honourable Member for Falkirk and the Honourable Member on the other side for the City of Durham, I believe, already made. And I feel the risk of this bill is that ministers may inadvertently weaken somewhat the decline in smoking in Britain. And as the Minister said in her opening remarks, and the Shadow Minister, vaping is a legitimate and desirable smoking cessation tool for adults who currently smoke.
I wonder if I...
Absolutely,
sir. I'm really grateful to my friend for giving way, and I associate myself with much of what he said already. He will understand that when plain packaging was introduced, just the kind of inadvertent effect was felt, as those who wished to counterfeit tobacco products were able to do so at will, using plain packages that look no different to legal tobacco.
I thank my right honourable friend for his remarks. I would associate himself with the same remarks that my honourable friend for Gosport made. We have to be a little bit careful about the inadvertent effects of what might be the goodwill of all of us in this House. I think, regardless, as I say, what you see as the state's role in this, I think we should all welcome that smoking in this country has come down from the highs of almost 30% in the early 2000s to 11.6% today. And I think we have to recognise that that's partly due for education, part of that is to do with social stigma, partly that is legislation that this House has brought forward. But I think we should also acknowledge the essential role that the free market has played, particularly with vapes and other non-tobacco products, in terms of getting adult smokers to stop smoking. However, we should also recognise that there are still 6 million smokers, none of whom will come under the generational ban umbrella, and so we need to ensure that there are safer alternatives out there available for them. And my view is this bill, as it's currently drafted, risks hanging them out to dry by treating vapes and nicotine products as the same way cigarettes are today, albeit not in the generational ban, and that very much is a false equivalence not backed by the science. From sitting on the Public Bill Committee, I realised just how prevalent the view is amongst the public that vapes and other smoking cessation tools, such as non-combustible tobacco, are as bad as cigarettes. But in reality, vapes are at least 95% safer than cigarettes, and that's according to Public Health England and Dr. Khan's independent review. And you can look at any smoking cessation website and you'll find a similar message. Any smoker will tell you how difficult it is to go cold turkey, and less dangerous off-ramps like vapes can be a lifeline for those looking for a way off cigarettes. In fact, even in many aspects, the NHS actively promotes this through its Swap to Stop scheme, and they have found that almost 2/3 of people who vape alongside a stop smoking service quit smoking. And what I am primarily concerned by in this blanket ban approach to marketing, particularly when it comes to vapes and nicotine products, and that's what my new clause 8 and 9 intend to address. As I say, I know there are many across this House who have signed this amendment who share those concerns, and whilst I totally support the need to stop disposable, rainbow, candy floss style vapes being aimed at children, that's absolutely unacceptable, adult smokers do need to know that there is a safer alternative to cigarettes. And in terms of that worry, many smokers now believe vaping to be as dangerous as cigarettes. Cancer Research UK found that 57% of adult smokers think that vaping is just as harmful, if not more harmful, than smoking cigarettes. And the risk of a draconian approach to vaping, as I would consider in this bill, will only reinforce that incorrect messaging which is damaging to public health. So by permitting marketing in limited circumstances and under strict restrictions, as my amendments aim to do, we can get the message to the 6 million adult smokers that there is a safer alternative out there. Indeed, the government's own impact assessment recognises the risk, and I quote, of health impacts of fewer people using vapes and nicotine products to quit smoking. This should, I would say respectfully to the Minister, should set off alarm bells in government. And that's what New Clause 8 does. It simply asks the government to have a proper consultation on the potential impacts of the marketing ban, digging deeper than the sparse bullet points currently given to it in the impact assessment. This will allow us to listen to consumers who actively use these products and find out how these changes will impact them. In the Public Bill Committee, the consumer voice was largely absent. Restrictions on flavours, packaging and vape-free areas are already subject to consultation, and this amendment would simply bring marketing in line with this. A deeper consideration of the impact of the marketing ban would help us maintain our progress towards a smoke-free 2030 and allow the government the opportunity to prevent the unintended consequences of this bill. Education through marketing is one of the best tools the government has at its disposal. So why not wield the free market to effect real social change and let vape companies do the legwork? Further, if new clause 9 was to be included in the bill, every single non-cigarette nicotine product would have to have a printed warning at the Secretary of State's discretion. This could be something like strictly for adult smokers. We could even use the Chief Medical Officer's own words, if you don't smoke, don't vape. This would send a clear message about the purpose of vapes without stopping them from getting into the hands of smokers who could benefit from them. In the Bill Committee, many raised the issues that any advertising seen by adults would be inevitably seen by children. And that's why I've tabled Amendment 46, which would avoid this problem by permitting advertising in adult-only environments like pubs, bars and clubs. To me, that is just common sense. If we know that everyone is 18, then there is no good reason why advertising of these products should not be permitted. Further, we know that these nighttime venues are often hotspots for smoking. These are the people who could benefit from tobacco-free products the most. If a vape or nicotine pouch is advertised in this location, a smoker may well think twice before going to a local newsagent to buy cigarettes. This would work especially well if the same pubs were licensed to sell these products on the premises. So I'm urging the government, through these amendments, to reconsider their approach to advertising when it comes to these legitimate smoking cessation tools. My written question to the department exposed that either no real assessment has been done in this area of policy or it is being obscured. All of my amendments speak to this. Certainly I will.
Specifically, as Amendment 46, which I have a degree of sympathy for, who would be responsible for enforcing the advertisement and ensuring that it was only those over the age of 18 who were seeing the advertisements?
I thank the honourable member for his intention. I'm assuming, to be honest, and it is an assumption, that that would be the same people responsible for the licensing of alcohol advertising, for example. So all of my amendments, I would say to the Minister, speak to the principles which I've outlined, which I think are consistent with the aims of the bill, and I've received support from across this House. So I hope that members in here and in the other place will recognise the value of this and that the government will take these concerns seriously. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Mary Glindon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as Chair of the All-Party Group for Responsible Vaping, I have followed the progress of the bill closely. And in my speech, I will speak to new clauses 4, 6, 7 and 15, as well as amendments 36, 37 and 88, all of which are in my name. And I would like to congratulate the Minister on her appointment and for stepping up so wonderfully to bring the bill forward today. I want to begin with the topic of youth vaping, an enormous public health challenge which has formed one of the government's central messages within the bill. All of us in this place will have heard concerns from teachers and parents about the prevalence of youth vaping and the challenges that schools are facing to tackle it. The bill sets out to reduce the appeal of vaping to children. However, there is a delicate and calculated approach that must be taken when addressing youth vaping. In addressing one problem, it is incumbent on us all as legislators not to give rise to another, in this case, deterring tobacco smokers from making the switch. We still have more than 6 million smokers to reach, and vaping is 95% safer than smoking, according to both King's College Hospital and the former Public Health England, and it is the most successful tool to help smokers to quit. According to data from ASH, 3 million adult vapers are ex-smokers. There are hard yards we still have to take to reach smokers, and I fear that the bill, at present, is losing sight of what the evidence base says about the relative harms. Vape flavours can play a significant role in passporting adults towards a less harmful alternative. In response to a written question I tabled, I was pleased to hear that the government recognises that flavours are a consideration for adult smokers seeking to quit. The previous Public Health Minister said, "It is important we strike the balance between restricting vape flavours to reduce their appeal to young people, whilst ensuring vapes remain available for adult smokers as a smoking cessation tool." A study led by the University of Bristol last year found that flavour restrictions could discourage adults from using e-cigarettes to help them quit smoking. Amendment 37, in my name, Madam Deputy Speaker, seeks to strike a balance. In banning flavour descriptors, it will remove flavours like gummy bear and bubblegum that deliberately appeal to children, whilst allowing adults to use their smoking cessation product of choice. To stick on the topic of product requirements, Amendment 36 would empower ministers to regulate the design and interoperability of products in order to prohibit the sale of very high puff count vaping devices. These products are typically cheaper per puff, contain significantly more vape liquid and plastic content than other devices, and have a specific youth appeal. In January, DEFRA released new guidance outlining what can be what can be considered a reusable product, aiming to prevent the retail of vapes with superficial charging and refilling features. However, I believe it should be put on a statutory footing to ensure its consistent and effective application. The bill should be amended to clearly stipulate one device, one tank, to prevent irresponsible actors flooding the UK with these products following the disposable ban. New clauses 6 and 7 in my name introduce a requirement for retailers in England and Wales to include age verification at the point of use. Whilst the bill seeks to tackle youth appeal, a fundamental issue is left unaddressed. Once a vaping product leaves the shop, there is no barrier to its use by children. This technology already exists. I met with Ike Tech LLC, a company that has developed low-cost Bluetooth-enabled chips that pair with a mobile app for security identity verification. Its technology also includes geofencing, which can disable devices in certain areas, such as schools. These new clauses would harness the potential that innovation has to offer to address youth accessibility head-on. Turning to advertising, new clause 15 creates a limited, tightly defined exemption from the new advertising restrictions for in-store promotional materials in specialist vape shops, provided these are not externally visible and meet any conditions around health warnings as set by ministers. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm fearful of a situation where specialist tobacconists are given exemptions to the restrictions set out across clauses 114 to 118, but specialist vape shops are not. These vape stores provide adult smokers with important advice and product consultations in their journey away from tobacco, and I've actually seen that happen in action. Moving on to nicotine pouches, currently they are only regulated through the General Products Regulation Act of 2005, meaning there is comparatively little regulation around these products, particularly around nicotine strength. Nicotine pouches with strengths ranging from 70 milligrams to 150 milligrams are now easily obtainable, and there is a pressing need to limit strength to lower levels. New clause 4 in my name places a ban on the manufacture and sales of pouches with more than 20 milligrams per pouch. This would eliminate the dangerous high strengths of these products, whilst maintaining a threshold that minimises adverse consequences arising from the restriction, like smoking and illicit pouches. Before making any regulations under Part 5 of the bill, Amendment 88 would require the Secretary of State to consult any persons or bodies as appear to him or her representative of the interest concerned, instead of the more limited current wording. The bill provides ministers with broad powers to make further regulations. It is vital that these powers are exercised in consultation with all relevant stakeholders, including public health experts, enforcement bodies, cessation specialists, retailers and the industry. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, as Chair of the APPG for Responsible Vaping, I hope that ministers will be willing to engage in the coming months as regulations are brought forward. If you don't smoke, you shouldn't vape. But for those who do use tobacco, I believe we have a duty to ensure that legislation effectively harnesses the power of vapes as a smoking cessation tool.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend. And I congratulate her work on that she's done on vaping and combating the illegal sales. I declare my interest as the co-chairman of the All-Party Group for Action on Smoking and Health. I've held that post for 9.5 years and seen the work that the Conservative government did to combat smoking and actually lead to a dramatic drop in smoking. But we're not where we need to be. So I commend the Minister and the government for bringing forward this bill, and indeed for absorbing almost all of the amendments that I and my colleagues proposed in the previous bill, in the Bill Committee, to strengthen the bill and make it much more likelihood that we can achieve a smoke-free England by 2030. As has been said, this bill will actually make us a world leader in tobacco control. We've always been at the forefront, and this consolidates regulation and limits the reach of the tobacco industry. We should be quite clear. Tobacco is a uniquely lethal product that, when it's used as intended, kills 2/3 of the long-term users. And above all else, it's highly addictive and it's very hard to quit once you are addicted. Most smokers will say that they wish they didn't smoke and they wish they'd never started and have had their agency removed from them by their addiction. And so by passing this legislation, we're giving choice back to young people in the future who will avoid ever falling into that trap and avoid the addiction that it brings. Now, I've got a number of amendments that I put forward. I notice, I think, that the Minister is unlikely to accept them, but I would commend them to her for further consideration. First, new clause 17. That asks the government and calls on the government to consult on the introduction of a polluter pays levy on the profits of the big tobacco industry. Now, this is a campaign that the All-Party Group has championed for many years. It's supported by the Cairn Review, and the Cairn Review came out of the former member for Bromsgrove setting up the Cairn Review to enable a position to be reached. Almost all the recommendations of the Cairn Review are absorbed within this bill and were in the previous bill, but there are still some outstanding. This is one of them, the polluter pays levy. It's supported by charities, health organisations, academics and think tanks. So tobacco consumption costs our society greatly. The latest data from Action on Smoke and Health estimates that smoking costs society in England alone £43.7 billion a year, far more than the £6.8 billion that's raised through tobacco taxes. That includes £27.6 billion in lost economic productivity. Now, we heard from the Chancellor earlier, and indeed the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, on trying to reduce the cost of the welfare state. If we can stop people smoking, they don't get unhealthy and are unable to work, they'll be able to get back into the workforce and pay taxes rather than be in receipt of welfare. So this would be directly an opportunity to reduce the impact on the benefit system and improve productivity right across the UK. I'll gladly give way.
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way and commend his speech so far, which I think is excellent, and the work he's done over very many years looking to reduce smoking prevalence in this country. Would he agree with me on the subject of the amendment he's moving, that the tobacco companies still make a huge margin on tobacco sold and therefore they could easily afford the polluter pays levy that he's proposing?
I welcome that from our Vice Chair of the All-Party Group, that intervention. And indeed, as we've said, smoking is not a free choice. It's actually an addiction peddled by an aggressive industry. A polluter pays levy would achieve three things, and I'll come on to some of the things he said. First, it would raise approximately £700 million a year. That's money that would go into the Treasury and could be used for smoking cessation services, supporting people to quit, and indeed other health-related matters. In fact, all the government's programmes on tobacco, including mass media campaigns, incentives for pregnant women and support for workers with mental health problems, could be funded and there'd still be cash to spare for other services. They could go into other public health initiatives to achieve the government's aim of halving the gap in health life expectancy between the richest and poorest, which the Minister outlined earlier. Secondly, it would allow the government to have greater control over the market. The combination of tobacco being highly addictive and 4 companies have almost a monopoly in the UK leads to severe market failures. We tax tobacco quite lightly to incentivise quitting. However, the industry gets around this because they just up the price. So the cost then comes onto the consumer rather than the profits that these companies are making. That means that luxury brands go up even more and keeps prices lower on the budget ones when there is a tax hike. That undermines public health objectives of tobacco taxation. And as has been said by the Honourable Member for Durham, the reality is that people on a lower income often smoke more, and they'll smoke the worst brands. So minimised excise tax was put in place to address the problem, but the practice still exists. So greater controls are needed. Now, the levy model that we put forward would give us the tools we need to end these practices and narrow the price gap between the most and least expensive products. That in itself would be expected to bring rates of smoking down even before the revenue raised was invested in further programmes. Finally, a levy of this kind would correct a moral wrong. It is right and fair that the tobacco industry should pay for the damage they have caused to our society, not the UK taxpayer. I repeat, this model would directly come from the profits of the industry, which far exceed the norm for consumer products, as the Honourable Member has mentioned. The public, of course, actually support this measure. 79% of adults in Great Britain would support a levy on the tobacco industry, with only 5% opposed. In the current fiscal environment, at which we've discussed earlier today, when government is prepared to look at more controversial ways to raise revenue, it's clear that the government should consult on this proposal. So, if the Minister is not minded to accept this excellent idea today, would she take it to the Treasury and encourage the Treasury to participate in that way? Now move on to the second one I've proposed, which is new clause 16, which would introduce a ban on online sales, which is not covered under the current bill. I understand that for the UK, this policy would be rather unique, not quite unique, but rather unique, as there's not currently a product that's available for sale in bricks and mortar shops that you can't purchase online. However, we would by no means be the first country in the world to do this. Brazil, Mexico, Finland, our neighbours in France and Greece, to name but a few, have all banned the sale of tobacco products via the internet. So banning online sales was recommended in the Cairn Review and led by the World Health Organization, who argue that internet sales constitute a point-of-sale display and inherently involve advertising and promotion. Indeed, you can look up today tobacco products on any of the major supermarket websites and see reviews such as, "Quite nice for relaxing on a summer day," or "Beside a bubbling brook, perhaps," or "At a test match." Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not aligned with the message that we want to impart to smokers, and I very much doubt, as a fan of cricket, that there's any test match grounds that would allow you to light up in any case these days. So it's important that we look to the implementation of the smoke-free generation. So with the right support and guidance, retailers will be able to implement the policy. However, for example, delivery drivers for supermarket shops and Deliveroo drivers, will they be given the same level of training and information? Are they going to be invested in enforcing the age of sale, as shop owners and other workers will be? So currently, online sales are not exploited by underage individuals attempting to circumvent the law. However, we must be mindful that this may happen in the future. And in a country that's moving ever closer to becoming smoke-free, should tobacco continue to be available at the click of a button delivered to your door? I think not. So, whilst I'm fully supportive of a smoke-free generation, I do believe it needs to go further, creating a further which is nicotine-free as well, because nicotine is the drug that people become addicted to. The long-term effects of other nicotine products, such as snuff, heated tobacco, etc., are just as damaging and addictive. Now, if we forbade their sale to anyone born after 2009, they will hopefully never know what it's like to experience this and never be stuck in that vicious cycle of nicotine addiction. I also fear that legislating only for a smoke-free society will leave opportunity for the tobacco industry to innovate and create new products. We know they do that all the time. They will target their marketing on vulnerable people, which they've done many times previously, and there's nothing to stop them from doing it again, monopolising a new market that harms people's health. That's why the legislation must be active and ability to be amended. So to prevent reopening the bill in future years, we might as well try and kill two birds with one stone and ensure there's no opportunity for nicotine to continuing ruining people's lives. And I would suggest that as the bill progresses to the Lords, we may need to look at that as well. So to avoid duplicating what my colleagues have and no doubt will say, I'll just go, and I won't go into depth on these amendments. I've added my name in support to New Clause 13, New Clause 14, Amendment 86 and Amendment 87. I also support the government amendments that have come through. So I'd like to thank the government for adopting this bill from the previous Conservative government, a bill that I've been advocating since I entered this House in 2010. It's great that we're finally on the cusp of protecting our future generations and our children's children, and I would urge ministers to accept my amendments in the spirit that they've been put, to ensure we cover all the bases, leaving no room for misinterpretation or big tobacco to circumvent the measures that we're trying to introduce. So I commend these amendments and also the bill to the House.
Alex Barros-Curtis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow some of the speeches that we've heard so far. And I stand to support the new Clause 11 and the package of related amendments that the Government have laid for this landmark bill, as has been said. Now, I was privileged, Madam Deputy Speaker, to serve on the Bill Committee for this legislation. A privilege primarily for two reasons. One, to have the pleasure of colleagues, the company of colleagues from across this House, albeit sometimes for more hours than one might care for on a Thursday. But second, and perhaps slightly more importantly, because this legislation will undoubtedly save lives. Now, in the bill's second reading, I talked about how this bill will deliver on our government's commitment to ensure that the next generation can never legally buy cigarettes and to create that first smoke-free generation. As has been said, smoking is still the biggest cause of cancer and death. Tobacco is responsible for 160 cancer cases a day in the UK and 3,100 cancer cases annually in Wales. So new Clause 11 and the associated package, as I said, is welcome and has been said by the Minister. The purpose of this package and the related amendments pertaining to new Clause 11 is to ensure that, for example, the lists of identity documents will keep up with innovation and accommodate the possibility of digital ID. This, as the Minister said, is to future-proof the bill. Now, we've heard it mentioned in a couple of the contributions today, and during Bill Committee, the point of future-proofing did come up, where some concern was expressed by, in particular, the party opposite regarding the powers that would be delegated to ministers through this legislation in order to bring into effect certain provisions within the bill. Now, my view is that these powers are needed because we need the government of the day to be able to respond with agility and quickly to the innovation, and I use that term sardonically, of the tobacco industry to innovate and find ways around the rules we are imposing on them if this bill proceeds. Now, a great deal of debate has focused on vaping, and I want to focus the remainder of my remarks on vaping. Whilst, of course, recognising the value to some about vaping acting as a smoking cessation tool, as I said at second reading and in the Bill Committee, vaping is not harmless, and I know colleagues have said this as well, and is not some sort of panacea. Now, in this bill, there is much to welcome on vaping. The ban on advertising of vapes and other measures to curb youth vaping and regulate their use are examples that we welcome. But the reality is that, as has been said, vaping in youth has more than doubled. An Action on Smoking and Health estimated that 20.5% of children aged 11 to 17 had tried vaping just as recently as in 2023. This is an example, perhaps, of a powerful industry profiting not just from cessation, but from addiction, marketing vaping at children by switching their conveyor belt of customers to a new source. Indeed, there is some alarming evidence that some vapers are not just quitting smoking, they're simply swapping one addiction for another, and many are becoming dual users. So whilst I welcome some of the contributions colleagues have made, I think we have to be alive very much to these dangers. Throughout the passage of this bill, and consistent with this government's work in the realm of public health since it took office, vaping is regularly referred to as a smoking cessation tool, and as has been said, and various of the chief medical officers across all our home nations have said, if you smoke, vaping is much safer. Whilst I, of course, accept that that is a helpful tool in the fight for better public health, there is not the decades of evidence that underpins that of the tobacco and the consequences and deadly consequences of smoking, and it is regrettable we do not have that when it comes to the same wealth of evidence with respect to vaping. What we must therefore be clear on is this: if you don't smoke, don't vape, because vaping is not harmless, It's just less harmful than smoking tobacco. And indeed, public health policy must be based on evidence, not spin from the industry, and has been expanded on by colleagues about the power of big tobacco. So moving forwards, I will.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is making an excellent speech, and I particularly like the way he summed up the risks inherent in vaping and the way he explained it in the context. Obviously, it could be helpful to some people wishing to give up, but at the same time, there's a real threat there to people who haven't ever smoked or vaped. Does he agree with me that this needs to be seen in the wider context of issues at secondary and even at primary school, and also within the context of differences in public health outcomes across communities, and there's a need to focus resources on particular communities to try and help, whether it's children or some other communities as well?
I thank him for his intervention, and I completely agree, and I trust the Minister will expand on this when she comes to wind up the debate. Because, as I said, public health policy must be based on evidence and not just spin or perception. So, moving forwards, I would urge that the Government ensures that as part of its work to implement this legislation, as well as to promote vaping as a smoking cessation tool, it must also undertake work to research the consequences of vaping on both the physical and mental health of the individual, the financial impact of it, and, as has been said by my colleague, any regional and national inequalities that become entrenched by vaping. And when she comes back to this in her wind-up, I'd be grateful if she could reassure me that in so doing she will work with the 4 home nations to ensure that data is as thorough and as possible. Because if that research shows, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I have no doubt it will, that vaping is significantly damaging to the nation's health, perhaps less than smoking, but nonetheless still significantly damaging, then we must act to curb it. We cannot afford, in my opinion, to wait decades and decades for that truth to come out in the way that it took decades for big tobacco to be found out. So I'd be grateful, as I said, if the Minister, when winding up, could provide me with some reassurance on this point. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to support this legislation because, as has been said, there is no liberty in addiction, there is no freedom in being victim to a craving that kills. This bill takes an unprecedented step forwards to curb that damage, and I urge colleagues throughout the House to support this bill tonight.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must declare an interest. I'm a co-founder of Action on World Health. I have to say I find the tone of moral superiority in this chamber this afternoon almost unbearable. You clearly believe you are better human beings than those outside of here who choose to pursue activities that you perhaps would not. Well, it's a bit of a shock, I suppose, to some of you, but there are some of us that like a smoke. We do. We even go for a few pints in a pub. We have a punt on the horses. I even am tempted to have the odd donut. I know that's really perhaps the naughtiest of all. Because we want to have fun. We want to make our own minds up. You can educate us, you can tell us, you can give us the facts, but the idea that this place should make those decisions for other people, well, it sort of shows me that the spirit of Oliver Cromwell is alive and well. And some of the nonsense I've heard, yes, of course.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he agree that a responsible government should seek to improve public health, particularly the public health of the younger generation?
Yeah. It is quite possible that sugar should be banned. Yes, I do agree with you. It is possible, but I don't think it's what government is here to do. Government can educate, individuals should make their own minds up. Now, some of the nonsense I've heard this afternoon has been quite extraordinary. A smoke-free generation. We even had the member for Harrow East suggesting we'd be smoke-free by 2030. Well, to begin, the idea that from 2009 nobody could buy tobacco products, but those born in 2010 could, is just another aspect to two-tier Britain. And you know, I've not heard a single member, not one, despite the fact we're discussing nicotine, tobacco and products, not one member so far has mentioned drugs. Oh no, let's forget about that, because that's illegal already and we can't do anything about it. I've been hearing for decades that there'll be a war on drugs. Where's it getting us? Drug use is rocketing, Class A drugs in particular, proliferating everywhere with all the associated crime. And here's the danger. Here is the danger. An ounce of tobacco is now more expensive in a shop, if purchased legally, believe it or not, than an ounce of silver. And so already we have a rocketing trade in illegal cigarettes and loose tobacco. If you carry on down this route with age bans, etc., you find yourselves in a position that Australia stupidly has put itself in by overtaxing tobacco, by making it very difficult to smoke. There have been 40 firebombings of premises in Melbourne alone in the last 2 years. Do not drive tobacco into the hands of the criminals. Do not create a new black market. I totally agree with the Minister. This is not an activity we should encourage. We're not keen for our kids to do it. But please, treat us as grown-ups. Educate us. Let us make our choices. Don't let the criminals win.
Dr. Becky Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. So, first of all, I should say thank you to the Minister for presenting this afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to be on the committee, the Tobacco and Vapes Committee, the Bill Committee. It was an incredibly interesting Bill Committee. There were some different views. There was some robust conversation, and it's always good to listen to different views, I think. But overall, this bill had generally cross-party support, and as the benches opposite have pointed out, it is many of their members that have been campaigning for this bill for a long time. I am a public health consultant. I trained for, I'm trying to think, 10, 15 years to be a public health consultant, and the premise of public health is data and evidence. And so opinions are interesting. Opinions can have great colour to a conversation. Opinions can have great characters. But data and evidence in public health will ultimately deliver better population health outcomes.
Suffering and dying.
And this public health bill is a public health bill that will stop people dying and will take away the addictive nature of a substance that is not a choice. Public health has been subject to conversations around should we or shouldn't we impose things for many years. This conversation is not new. Seatbelts. I wonder how many of us in the House feel strongly these days about wearing seatbelts or not. It is perhaps a moot point these days, but you don't have to go too far back to find people who really objected to being told to wear seatbelts. Tobacco is undoubtedly still the leading cause of premature death and disability in the United Kingdom. As has been said by my honourable friends here, every day around 160 people are diagnosed with cancer caused by smoking, and smoking causes at least 16 different types of cancer. I would like to talk primarily around the amendment proposed by my honourable friend for the City of Durham, New Clause 13. Because alongside the outstanding work that this bill will do in enabling a smoke-free generation, we do need to continue to tackle the health inequalities for existing smokers. Smoking is harmful, and differences in smoking prevalence across the population translate into major differences in death rates and illness. One of the roles of this place is that in coming together from all across the country, we represent different constituencies. And in doing so, we want to make sure that we achieve the best health outcomes, among many other things, for our residents. And therefore, it is incumbent on us to look at inequalities and where they reside, and in this place to legislate against those where it is possible. Smoking is the single largest driver of health inequalities in England. It's far more common among people with lower incomes, and we can discuss why that is. I'm happy to discuss that with any members who would like to. The more disadvantaged someone is, the more likely they are to smoke and to suffer from smoking-related disease and premature death. And smoking-related health inequalities are not restricted to socio-economic status. We all represent different parts of the United Kingdom. The poorer health of people in the north of England compared to the south is in part due to higher rates of smoking in the north. And smoking rates are also higher among people with a mental health condition, people in contact with the criminal justice system, looked after children and LGBT people. We all have different types of people in our constituencies, and we should be mindful of those inequalities and addressing them. Health inequalities will be reduced through measures that have a greater effect on smokers in higher prevalence groups. And in practice, this means both prioritising population-level interventions, which disadvantaged smokers are more sensitive to, and targeting interventions on these smokers. As someone who has run smoking cessation services during my time as a public health consultant, I can absolutely say that it is an incredibly difficult thing for anybody to give up smoking. And I actually think that we do have members who have succeeded or perhaps are still trying to do so. To give up smoking, you need to be in a place where you have mental resilience, where you are able to put time and energy into quitting smoking. If you are fighting all the other issues that come with the burdens of being poorer, fighting for employment, looking to feed your children, it is so much harder. My honourable friend, the member for the City of Durham, has proposed a roadmap to a smoke-free country, which would report to this place every 5 years. I am not particularly wedded to whether that is the case or that isn't the case, but I do think that we should ensure that we are laser-focused on reducing health inequalities across all our populations. And I hope, therefore, that our government will consider on a reporting process similar to this one as part of the National Health Service changes that we all know are going on at the moment. In the Health Select Committee this morning, we were talking about where the Office for Health Improvement and Disparities will go with the dissolution of NHS England. I think this is an ongoing conversation that we need to be very mindful of. So we need to ensure that the ongoing importance of addressing these health disparities are not lost, and I think they are front and foremost of the Secretary of State's agenda in the 10-year plan. And I very much commend this bill to the House. On behalf of public health consultants, the public health professionals, I'm so proud to be part of a government, to be part of a parliament that will bring this life-changing legislation to this country. Thank you very much.
Tammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak to Amendment 4 and the subsequent amendments in my name, and also new Clause 3. I think that it's right that where a public health issue is identified, that this body should then look and see, is there anything that can be done by law or by fiscal policy or the other levers which are available to us to deal with that. But we should equally ask ourselves, when we introduce laws, what are the consequences of those laws? Are there any unintended consequences? How practical are those laws? How enforceable are the measures that we take? Because if they're not enforceable, all we do is bring the law into disrepute and bring this place into disrepute. And my concern about this particular bill, while some have described it as well-meaning, some have described it as essential, some have described it as a flagship and want to take leadership, my concern is that we have given little thought and little debate to the consequences which are hitting us on the face. And if we were being honest with ourselves, it would be quite good at the end of this session today to walk away and say, we have done a wonderful thing for future generations. We have introduced laws which will do away with smoking and will improve the health of the nation. I'll give way in a moment, let me just finish the point. And improve the health of the nation, and ignore the fact that we have introduced legislation which is not workable and which I believe in my amendments there is an alternative to. And yes, we'll give them.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. Does he recall with the 2007 smoking ban that many people warned before that ban that it would be unenforceable and there would be barely any compliance with that law? In fact, from day one, there was 97% compliance, and that law has helped to drive a reduction in cancers due to secondary smoking and a massive number of people giving up as a result of no longer being able to smoke in the pub.
I think the member has the answer if he looks at what we're debating here today. We introduced that legislation, and here we are revisiting the issue. Why? Because people are still smoking, health outcomes are still bad, and on top of that we've got additional problems, which I'm going to come to in a moment or two, namely the illegal purchases and the illegal supply of tobacco. So, you know, let's not think that this legislation, because we have tried it in the past, we have tried bans, we have tried all kinds of other measures, we still have the problem with us. Now, let's look at the consequences. And the first consequence is this. We're being asked to introduce legislation, the burden of which will fall upon retailers, because it is at the point of purchase that the scrutiny of this legislation and the implementation of this legislation is going to have to take place. And we've had a time, and it means to be debated, though I haven't heard anybody mention it here in the debate today. What happens when a retailer is faced in a few years' time with two people, 129 and 128, both demanding tobacco? One says, I'm 29, and the other one says, I'm 29 as well, and the retailer is meant to make a distinction as to which he can sell tobacco to legally and which he can't. That's a real practical problem. And it's a problem which then places a burden on the retailer. Because I'll give away in a moment or two, yeah. Because if he doesn't make the right decision, he faces a fine, he faces the removal of his licence, and that source of income to his business is going to be affected. I'll give away.
So I agree with the honourable member that it's a nonsense picking between two adults of almost a similar age in the shop environment and the practicalities of that. But do you not also take the point that the person selling the cigarettes is probably likely going to be an 18, 19-year-old shop lad, something like that, having to make a difference between adults much older than him, and the position that puts that gentleman in?
And that was the next point I was going to come to, that the person, so you anticipated what I was going to say. So we're going to place a burden not just on the retailer, but on those people who work in the retailer store. And one of the things, and we've actually taken legislation through this House, one of the things which we're concerned about at present are assaults on retail staff. And the evidence from the British Retail Consortium is that many of those assaults take place when goods are denied to individuals because they can't give and identify and show their age. So we are placing people, retailers, and the people who work in retail shops, we're placing them in great danger. Now, it may well be, of course, that in some of the bigger stores where you've got security guards and whatnot, that you've got some safeguard against that. But But in many of the shops that sell tobacco are small corner retail shops where you don't have security guards. You don't even have anybody else in the shop other than the shopkeeper or the person behind the counter. And yet we're demanding that they implement this legislation, regardless of how practical or impractical it is for the individuals to make a distinction between somebody who's 37 and somebody who's 36 or whatever.
Can I thank the honourable member for giving way? He might be forgiven for thinking we're starting from zero-sum game here. We already have restrictions in many of these stores, namely 18 years old for cigarette purchases and vape purchases. So they're already challenging on age. This isn't coming from nowhere. And secondly, if you read the bill, you would know that there is a date specified which would be very clear on identification.
First of all, intervention should be short, and the term you refers to me in the chair. Sammy Wilson.
Well, of course, it's easier to distinguish between a 16-year-old and somebody who's a 24-year-old. The younger the age, usually the easier it is to make that determination. But it's much more difficult once you get up the years to make that distinction, and yet that distinction is going to have to be made. Now, maybe the idea is, of course, that the licence, the cost of the licence will be so expensive that many small retailers will be squeezed out of this, and the only outlets will be where there are security guards, bigger stores, etc. But if that's the case, then for many small retailers, the sale of tobacco is an important part of their income. But that's the first issue, and I don't think we can run away from this issue, because we are, whether we like it or not, putting a burden on people who are going to find that they are exposed to dangers, to difficulties, and also subject to the law if they make the wrong decision. The second issue, and it has been touched here today, is the issue of what happens when people can't get the tobacco that they wish. Where do they go to? They go to people who are prepared to sell it to them illegally. And we can't run away from the fact that already, because of the legislation we've introduced, especially the kind of tax increases, etc., that the sale of illegal tobacco is lucrative. It's lucrative for criminal gangs. It funds many of their activities. We already, statistics have been given here today that 7% of cigarettes and 33% of rolled tobacco is already sold by criminal gangs. In Northern Ireland, it's probably far higher because of the paramilitaries who were involved in it and funded their activities for so long. And if anybody thinks that, oh well, we'll deal with that problem when it comes, I look at the history of Northern Ireland, where hundreds of millions of pounds found its way into the coffers of terror gangs, and we didn't have action taken against it because sometimes it's too hard, sometimes too difficult, it's hard to trace the things. Yes, action's been taken, but don't think that we're going to have an all-out assault on the booming industry which this legislation is going to produce. And the last point I want to make, as far as this being impractical, is the fact that it can't apply to Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is part of the EU single market. We are under the Tobacco Products Directive, and we already know, because the Irish Republic tried to introduce this and found that it couldn't because of the tobacco products. Now, are we? And that's why we've got new clause 3. Challenging the government to amend the Windsor framework so that the law applies right across the United Kingdom. This is not a counsel to spare, because I believe that there is an alternative. The alternative in the amendment. And indeed the government, its own modelling suggests that a much more practical way is to set the age limit at 21. And if the model is correct, though there are questions about the tobacco modelling on doing away with smoking in a generation, if the figures in the modelling are correct, then by 2050, if you impose the 21 age limit, which avoids some of the problems we've been talking about for the sale of tobacco, then you reach zero consumption by 2050, just as you do with the generational model. It avoids many of the problems, it avoids the difficulties which I have outlined, and the consequences for retailers. And I think that rather than rush to this, it sounds like a good and it's a headline-grabbing measure. It hasn't worked elsewhere. Why did New Zealand drop it? Because of the booming market in illegal tobacco. We're going to find, I believe, in a number of years' time, that we made the same mistake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For me, the Tobacco and Vapes Bill is a landmark opportunity to improve health outcomes for the people within my constituency of Kilmarnock and Loudon, as well as across the whole of the United Kingdom. Almost 80,000 people die each year from smoking-related illness, and many of my constituents have told me they wish they'd never started in the first place. With this bill, we draw a line under the public health tragedy that tobacco has caused for during too many decades. On top of the tragedy of 80,000 deaths, every year smoking costs the NHS over £3 billion and sees our economy lose over £18 billion in productivity. This bill is a bold action that our country needs, and my constituents in Kilmarnock and Lowdon will benefit from. Now, I'm proud that this Labour government is standing up to the tobacco lobby with the banning of tobacco products for anyone born in 2009 or after. This radical change will save lives. In my constituency, I've seen people as young as 12 puffing on vapes on their way to school and returning home. It's a huge concern for the health and well-being for those young people, and the ease of access they have to vapes is simply unacceptable. I'll give it up.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way during her excellent speech. She's referring to the risks that young people will increasingly use vapes. Does she agree with me that the ban on advertising vapes cannot come quick enough? And in my constituency of Rugby, I see shops that look like sweet shops, whose names sound like sweet shops, and this is clearly designed to encourage and entice, frankly, young people to take up this unpleasant habit.
Thank you very much. Yes, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend on those points. While some argue that vapes may be less harmful than smoking tobacco products, the addictive effects of nicotine are not something a new generation should be encouraged to become dependent on. This bill does exactly the right thing in giving the Secretary of State the power to ban flavoured vapes that are very obviously marketed to children and young people. Now, researching the flavours on offer, I found cola gummies flavour, pink lemonade flavour, strawberry chew flavour and tropic bubblegum flavour, to name just a very few. Now, can anyone really claim that these flavours and the countless others on offer aren't aimed at children? And I'm sure there's many members from all sides of the House will raise more than an eyebrow at that claim. The bill will regulate the Wild West of vaping, which we have seen expand on our high streets over the last decade, and will address the issue of poor quality vapes that are a safety concern, including single-use vapes, and ending the scourge of these products littering our streets and communities. As someone with a 23-year NHS background, I know the difference this bill will make, saving lives and helping to save our environment, and I'll be proud to vote for this legislation.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In our post-spiritual, or at least post-religious age, two phenomena are evident. When God is forgotten and faith declines, it's not that people believe in nothing. As G.K. Chesterton said, they believe in anything. And they find new causes and crusades. And the advocates of this bill, I know, believe they're crusading in a noble cause. The second thing that occurs is, as demons are regarded as purely mythical entities, things that were once regarded as normal, as regular, become demonised. And so the curious paradox is that whilst cocaine is widely available, and I am told de rigueur amongst certain elements of the urban liberal elite, pipe smokers are now seen as heretics. And if this wasn't so alarming with the subject of comic satire, that's the kind of world we live in. We are simultaneously becoming more prurient and more puritanical. Now, the amendments that stand in my name and in those of other honourable and right honourable gentlemen are designed to improve this bill, to avoid the unintended consequences. The honourable lady from Worthing West said, and I think I'm quoting her accurately, she said, we need data and evidence. And what's clear from the data and evidence is that previous attempts to deal with the issue of smoking have resulted in a huge surge in illegal tobacco. 83% of smokers report purchasing tobacco not subject to UK tax in 2024. That number has increased hugely since that earlier legislation. 3/4 of smokers claim to buy tobacco not subject to UK tax from under-the-counter suppliers who have become legion in constituencies like mine, and I'm sure in small towns across the whole of the country. Those are the unintended consequences of well-meaning crusaders who thought they were doing noble things when they passed legislation in this House. That is the data. Those are the facts. I will give way, but as I've cited the Honourable Lady, how could I do anything other?
Giving way. Is the Honourable Member therefore making the argument that we should not address population health issues, which our population health interventions in this area have seen a reduction in smoking, a reduction in health-related damage from smoking, because the consequences of illegal tobacco then need to be addressed? Is he simply saying that we should not try and address the illegal issues and we should keep it legal and therefore not see a reduction? Thank you.
What I'm saying to the Honourable Lady is that the government, and the last government should have done the same, need to take concerted and decisive action to deal with the unintended consequence of well-meaning legislation that led to a huge growth in the illegal sale of tobacco and cigarettes. And rather than introduce a rolling age of consent, which is entirely unenforceable, by the way, they ought to target their efforts, draw on their resources, seek the expertise which is available to government almost limitlessly to deal with an issue which, frankly, is going largely unrestricted. Good work is being done by trading standards in my own constituency in Lincolnshire and by local police, but they struggle because the legislation is inadequate. I personally would have supported the bill had it come to this House, and I won't digress too much, Madam Deputy Speaker, because you won't allow me to do so. I would have supported a bill that perhaps licensed the sale of tobacco. And most tobacconists, most newsagents, I suspect, would have welcomed it, actually. And I know police would like to see that kind of measure, rather than we do with alcohol. There's a precedent there. But that's not what is before us today. We have this rolling age of consent. And Amendment 4, standing in the name of the member for East Antrim, tackles that issue, because he's right. You cannot enforce a rolling age of consent. I'm in favour, by the way, of raising the age of consent. I'm in favour of raising the age of consent for virtually everything, to be quite honest, to 21. And that could be enforced. It wouldn't be straightforward, but it could be enforced. But the idea, the nonsense of someone going into a tobacconist or a newsagent and saying, I'm 29, and the tobacconist saying, actually, I think you could be 28. Or in years to come, I'm 57. And the tobacconist or newsagent saying, no, I think you could be 55. This is never going to happen. No retailer is going to do that. And so either the bill will fail, the law will be broken regularly, daily, for I think that is what would happen, or we're going to devote undue resources to policing something that frankly doesn't warrant that kind of attention. So let's recognise that this is a preposterous proposal, and as the member for East Antrim said, we shouldn't do things in this House. We shouldn't do things in this House by and large that are preposterous, and I happily give way to the honourable gentleman who's going to tell me why we should.
In Scotland, and as a retail and hospitality worker myself, we apply Check 25 regularly. Wouldn't the simple question be, were you born before or after the 1st of January 2009? Is that a complex question? I appreciate him explaining to me how that is.
I tell you there's two things about this legislation. I
tell you, Sir John Hayes, you should know better than that. Sir John Hayes.
I said two. I said there are two things about this legislation.
I said you, but no matter. Time's short. Sir John Hayes.
No. So let me rephrase it. I tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are two things about this legislation. I've got it right now. There are two things about this legislation. One is the core objective of it, and second is the means by which that objective is met. And I'm at the moment talking about the means by which it's met. And I'll say a little more about that when I address some of the amendments in my name and the amendments of others. And when we pass things in this House, when we make things that are law, we absolutely should concentrate on both their purpose and their effect. And if we don't do that, we're frankly not doing our job as lawmakers. And my concern about this is the effect is going to be compromised by the means, regardless of its purpose. Now, let me just deal specifically with some of the amendments that to which I'm referring. I entirely endorse the remarks by my honourable friend, right honourable friend, for Gosport about plastic filters. I think that is a useful addition to the bill, a helpful one, and I would be amazed if the Minister didn't embrace it, adopt it. Perhaps bringing it forward as a government amendment would have been a good thing, but we can have a vote on it later perhaps, and I'm sure that the government whips will want to whip their members to support it. It is environmentally right, it is terribly sensible, it is entirely deliverable, and it would oblige the industry to do the right thing, not to create these filters which are not biodegradable, and as we heard earlier, which are produced in immense numbers, of course. The amendment I've already mentioned, in the name of the member for East Antrim, which deals with this nonsense of road rage of consent, again, a straightforward one. Let's set the age of consent to 21, a considerable increase from where we are now, and ask them retailers to observe that. And the honourable gentleman who said, well, they're already dealing with this because there's already an age of consent. Yes, one age of consent, not a series of ages of consent, with the need to assess someone's age, presumably either by some formal means, their passport. Perhaps people are going to take their passport every time they go the newsagents and get their papers and their ounce of gold in Virginia, whatever they're buying. I give way to the honourable gentleman. Oh, I thought I asked a terribly weak Prime Minister's question earlier, but let's see if you can do better now.
It's not very pleasant of you to say that, but I will thank you for your letting me intervene on you. Regarding the age of consent in this regard and your amendment calling for this to be raised, for it to be raised to 21, do you not accept that the tobacco industry would merely target its immense marketing power on those who are over 21, and that would have a very, very bad effect on public health?
The key thing about tobacco, as the expert on public health in Exton will no doubt confirm, is that people tend to acquire the habit early, and as she then said, can't break it. Not many people are non-smokers at 30 and become smokers at 40. Not very few people. The vast majority of smokers acquire the habit early in their lives. My father, I think, probably started smoking when he was 13. He gave up when he was 75 overnight because the price of gold in Virginia went up. And I said to him, do you feel any better? He said, I didn't feel ill while I smoked and I don't feel ill now. But that's another matter. So I think it's really a question about young people and children in particular. And that brings me to vapes, because I do support much of what's in the bill on vapes. Schools have an immense problem with vaping. Head teachers and teachers tell me that it's something they have to be religious in scrutinising because these things can find their way so easily into school, someone's bag and whatever. And so rather like mobile phones, we must enforce a ban on vapes in schools with rigour, and I think this legislation will reinforce that through the measures it introduced. So I share the government's ambition in that particular respect. The amendment that stands in my name, it's a new clause indeed, new clause 12. Again, I find it hard to believe the government won't accept willingly, because it simply says that we should review how effective the legislation is. Now, it's probably true that every bill that we debate here ought to have something like this attached to it, because it would be a very good idea if once a bill is published, is debated, is considered, is passed, becomes law, that it should be regularly reviewed in that way. So I understand that the movers of this legislation, the advocates for it, its enthusiasts, believe they're doing the right thing, and I'm not unsympathetic to some of their ambitions. I do somehow, often indeed, not just sometimes, wish that this House was as coloured by common sense as liberally as it is peppered with piety. But nonetheless, let me be generous and say I know that the Minister and others feel they're doing something noble. But it is absolutely right in this House that when we legislate, we do so with the greatest care. That there are clear and desirable purposes of the kind I mentioned a moment or two ago, appropriate means and measurable effects of all legislation. I'm moving to my thrilling peroration, but I'll hesitate for a moment or two. Yeah.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I cannot express just how pleased I am that he has. Children make up 1 in 5 of our population, but routinely get ignored, so no wonder that playground after playground gets closed. If a child is able to make their way into a playground, they are now subject to second-hand smoke because there is no law that stops that to date. Would he agree with me that one of the great things about this bill is actually that we're going to be protecting children against second-hand smoke, and we're going to make sure that their health is better as a result?
Better if children are able to avoid either first-hand or second-hand smoke. We've got to stop young people smoking themselves. Sadly, too many do too young. And rightly, as he says, we need to prevent them being affected by the smoking of others. So, of course, what he said is perfectly reasonable. I'll just repeat my pre-peroration briefly, because I was about to say that legislation we pass should have a clear and desirable purpose, appropriate means and a measurable effect. In other words, we need to do the right things by the right means for the right reason. Laws which are unenforceable are not only undesirable, they do us as legislators no favours, for they undermine popular faith in what we do, in who we are. Much of this law is unenforceable for the reasons I gave. And Parliament's history is littered with unforeseen consequences. I foresee, and I hope others might too, that with the improvements which the amendments tabled bring to this bill, we can avoid some of the worst of those unforeseen consequences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All members, we will have a speaking limit of 5 minutes, and I call Tristram Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I can appreciate you want to guillotine the conversation to 5 minutes. It is a pleasure today to speak on this bill, and as a member of the Bill Committee, to see it come before the House. And I welcome contributions from across this House and the quality of scrutiny that we saw in the Bill Committee. And can I also reflect the years of campaigning and service undertaken by ministers and shadow ministers that have got us to this place, and the reflections also of people that we've seen both on broadcasts and on the news who were smokers, who have advocated that they should never have started. And I want to welcome, especially speaking to young people in my constituency at schools and in colleges, who have given me their views on how vapes are becoming more pernicious and more commonplace in their lives. I will be speaking today, Madam Deputy Speaker, on Government Amendment 11 and new Amendment 6 on age verification and the rising escalator. And I'll be challenging some of the points about enforcement. I'll be also talking on new Clause 13 on education and a roadmap for a smoke-free generation. Also on new Clause 19, which sets annualised reporting on nicotine-based products. And just to challenge some of the misconceptions of the opposition around trading standards and the regulatory landscape. So this bill is forward-thinking and responds to an issue, but it builds on previous legislation over many years that has, and also using best practices in other places and other countries to regulate and reduce smoking. Because we know that noble crusaders in the past, when it comes to public health, they've taken action to clean our air, they've cleaned our water, they've introduced seatbelt restrictions and food standards. So we know that public health measures do work. And also, smoking is the largest preventable cause of illness and premature death in the United Kingdom, killing around 80,000 people a year. And it is estimated to cost £2.4 billion to the NHS, and a further £1.2 billion in costs every year, with smokers 5 times more likely to need social care support at home. And the annual economic productivity loss adds up to £27 billion. So not only is there an ethical and social motivation behind this, but an economic one as well. So talking about the specific clauses, age verification was a clear topic within the Scrutiny Committee, and I welcome Government Amendment 11 and new Clause 6 on age verification. And I just want to say that this Government Amendment does introduce digital identification, which was raised, and in addition, it links in with government legislation to introduce digital ID over the next 5 years. And actually, this is absolutely enforceable. We see in many off-licences in supermarkets today age challenge happening at bespoke counters, where individuals who purchase under the age of 18, be that vapes or tobacco-based products, they are challenged on age. And all this legislation will do is introduce a fixed date, which then can be assessed using any form of digital ID. It is no more onerous than what is currently happening, but it will require training and a transition period. So I challenge the comments made by some opposing this, that this is somehow unenforceable. We already enforce age restrictions on sales of products. It already happens. So I also support the new Clause 13. Yeah, happy to take.
Don't want to give me away. I think you would have read the new clause in my name. That asks for a review, and it'd be really good. It's suggested review annually to look at whether that can work in the way he said. So I hope you might support my new clause just on that basis. Let's take him at face value. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
The honourable member for his contribution, and I just want to take him back to his speech where he said he wanted, that he would consider having an increase in age to 21 or 25. My concern with that is you are introducing a 2-tier adult status, because if you increase the age from 18 to 21 overnight, you will previously have an adult who could smoke, and then they would be banned from smoking for 3 years. So I don't accept the premise that you should have 2-tier adults, which is the reason why I believe in a staged increase in smoking cessation. But moving forward to new Clause 13, I also want to just support the government in its ambitions to reduce smoking, and also to absolutely make clear that this measure is part of a global standard to reduce smoking around the world, and I think this bill is pioneering, and I would urge members to support it.
Jim Alistair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When this bill was introduced at second reading, the government said this is a 4 nations bill, and on the face of it, it is. But the legal reality is that it isn't, because the provisions which are applicable to Northern Ireland are inevitably destined to be struck down by the High Court because of Northern Ireland's subjugation under the protocol or Windsor framework to EU law. And the specific EU law that Northern Ireland is subject relevant to this bill is the Tobacco Directive. And the Tobacco Directive says that you cannot limit the placing on the market of tobacco products. And that caused 2 governments who are within the EU, both the Danish government and the Irish Republic government, to withdraw proposals that they had, acknowledging that when they wanted to do the same as this House is doing, they couldn't do it because it would breach the Tobacco Directive. Now that to me is an appalling vista, that this sovereign parliament, so-called, of the United Kingdom can produce a bill which on the face of it applies to all parts of the United Kingdom, but there is a parliament we don't elect, which has decreed a superior piece of legislation insofar as Northern Ireland is concerned, because we're subject, alas, to their rules, which means that this proposal, as far as my constituency is concerned, will be stillborn. And that is a quite appalling situation. And the legal recommendations in this have been quite clear. That's why I drafted new Clause 3, which would provide a route to ensure that this bill did apply in Northern Ireland. And the way it would do that is by exempting the Tobacco Directive as passing through the conduit that delivers EU law to Northern Ireland, namely Section 7A of the European Union Withdrawal Act of 2018. The way Northern Ireland is governed under these pernicious EU laws is that within the protocol or the Windsor framework, in Annex 2, there are 289 laws set out which will continue to apply to Northern Ireland. One of them is the Tobacco Directive. And the Tobacco Directive, through Section 7A, with the other 288 EU laws, is applied as superior law in Northern Ireland. Law that this sovereign Parliament cannot disapply. And that is why in new Clause 3, I was providing the opportunity to the government to take the opportunity of amending Section 7A so as to exempt the Tobacco Directive's application in Northern Ireland. And I do say to the government, they have not accepted this amendment, though there's time in the other place to do so. There's no point in simply repeating an assurance as at second reading, oh, we're confident that it will apply. The same lawyers in government advised the last government that the Rwanda Bill would apply in Northern Ireland, that the Legacy Bill would apply in Northern Ireland, but when it hit the buffers in the High Court, it was because Northern Ireland on those two issues were subject to the superiority of EU law with which they conflicted. It is an even clearer situation when you have expressly the Tobacco Directive set out in the annex to the protocol that it is the superior applicable law, and when it says you cannot ban the sale of products, it is even clearer that this directive, that this legislation will be unable to apply in Northern Ireland. And my challenge to the government tonight is this. If that turns out to be correct, and no doubt there will be the vested interest of the tobacco industry to bring the challenge in the High Court, if it turns out that these provisions are struck down in Northern Ireland, then will the government at least commit tonight that they will override that in future legislation?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of this legislation. Whilst young people vaping isn't the biggest issue that comes through in surgeries, it is one of the biggest issues that comes through when I'm walking through town, when I'm visiting a school, and even when I'm talking to young people themselves. And I would say it's an urgent crisis, not just vaping but also smoking. There are around 760 cancer deaths in the areas around Stafford, Eccleshall and the villages every year. And data suggests that in the next 5 years, over 1,100 of those who live in my constituency will have had lung cancer related issues. This legislation shows, I believe, that the Labour government cares about the children of this country. We care about who they are and who they'll become. We want them to live longer, be happier, and never have the chance to pick up a £5 vape or a cheap pack of tobacco that could set them on the path of addiction for the rest of their lives. And I'd also like to take a moment, actually, to acknowledge the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and North Allerton, for starting a version of this bill and bringing it forward despite significant opposition from his own party. I know that he did this out of concern for the future of the children of this country, and I do commend him for it. Today, some will talk about choice when they oppose this bill. But in my work as an MP, I've spoken with people whose lives have been devastated by this addiction. So those who speak about choice, do any of us truly believe that once addiction has taken hold, a person has the same freedom of choice or decision that they once did? This isn't about taking choice away. It's about giving people freedom from addiction before it ever begins. But to me, it's also about something so much deeper. It's about time. Time with family, time with friends. How many of us have lost loved ones to cancer? I lost my grandfather to cancer, and also my mum has had lung cancer too. Sorry, lung cancer specifically. My mum, who was entirely fit at the time when she was diagnosed with lung cancer, in fact, she used to do a Joe Wicks workout every morning. No symptoms at all. And it was only caught, because I come from a place in the north that suffers incredibly with lung-related illnesses. And she was part of a pilot scheme to scan smokers and previous smokers to see if they had any issues. And they caught her lung cancer then and there while she had no symptoms. My family know how lucky we are. Lucky that the cancer, which would have continued to grow in her body, though it was so small that when they did take it away, she had to have no further treatment, just a lobe of her lung removed. So my family couldn't be more grateful that she was part of that programme and that she's still doing Joe Wicks exercises in the morning and that she's still around to play with her grandchildren. But how many more precious moments with families will this bill provide? To me, that's the only question that I'm here to answer. Because truly, the children of the future may never know how their lives will change by this bill. Just as I don't really know how my life was changed by the seatbelt bill brought in years before I was born. Because they'll never have picked up the smoking habit in the first place. But they'll live longer, live healthier, and have more time with the people that they love. So let this be the generation that ends youth addiction before it begins.
Yeah.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And again, following on from my friend from Northampton in regards to the importance that I see of this being a Four Nations bill and making sure it does cover the entirety of the United Kingdom. 2,200 people in Northern Ireland die every year from smoking-related illness. 1 in 4 of our cancer cases related to smoking. For the consultation that was carried out before the previous government in regards to bringing this legislation forward, and that was specifically in favour of a smoke-free generation, the results of that survey, 62.5% of the UK population were supportive, but 79% of the Northern Ireland respondents were supportive of bringing forward this legislation. When I was Health Minister and brought forward the original legislative consent motion back in May in 24, it received all party support across the Northern Ireland Assembly. And yes, as the right honourable member of Northampton has referred, there was concerns raised in regards to how the applicability due to EU regulations and legislation would see this law being brought and delivered in Northern Ireland. At that stage, I engaged with the UK government at that stage and have re-engaged with this government to seek those assurances that this life-saving, life-changing legislation applies to all parts of our United Kingdom equally and favourably. And I look forward to the Minister being able to give those reassurances, but also to look at new Clause 3, which I signed as well, because I accepted those reassurances as Health Minister, but I would appreciate that reinforcement within legislation in regards to that. Much has been said, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the entrapment of our young people, whether it be previously in regards to tobacco or now in regards to vaping and vaping products and how they're marketed and how they've been presented. I think one of the most harrowing reports that I read recently was actually in regard to Alderhay Children's Hospital has now opened a clinic for children addicted to nicotine due to becoming hooked due to vaping. 12 children between 11 and 15-year-old who have actually sought medical help to cut down and deal with a nicotine addiction. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll repeat that, 12 children between 11 and 15 receiving treatment in one of our children's hospitals due to the evil promotion and enhancement of not just vaping but nicotine as well in regards to that. So where we look at being able to promote and save money within our National Health Service, when we're already encouraging and enabling those young people to become addicted on a dangerous drug, we should be doing everything that we can in this place. Young people reported through that same clinic, young people as young as 8 vaping regularly, some reporting they can't get out of bed before they take their first puff in the morning. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's a disgrace, and I would encourage anyone in this chamber who is in any way opposing or thinking this bill isn't the right thing to do to seriously consider their approach in regards to how it is impacting our young people across this United Kingdom. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I finish by asking the Minister to give the reassurance to this House, not just in her own words but indeed and action, to ensure us from Northern Ireland who have supported the legislation and worked hard to make sure that this was a Four Nations approach in this bill, that guidance, the support and the legal enforcement that is in this bill is equally applicable to us in Northern Ireland as well.
Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to new clause 14 and move new clause 14 and also amendments 86 and 87, and I declare an interest as the Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Smoking and Health, a previous smoker and a strong supporter of this legislation. New clause 14 would introduce a ban on all filters, regardless of whether they contain plastic. I understand the environmental motivations of the Honourable Member for Gosport's amendment, new clause 2. However, I worry that that isn't sufficient to address environmental concerns and can even have a damaging impact on public health. Let's all start from the understanding there are no health benefits to filters. They were developed by the tobacco industry following evidence that smoking caused lung cancer to give a false sense of reassurance to smokers. Filters have been dubbed the deadliest fraud in the history of human civilization. Most filters currently contain single-use plastics and are a major environmental hazard, costing UK local authorities around £40 million a year to clean up. Cigarette filters are the most littered item in the world. In the UK, they make up 66% of all littered items. Biodegradable alternatives may therefore feel like an attractive solution. However, biodegradable filters do not eliminate environmental concerns. They've been shown to be equally toxic to marine and freshwater life when littered in our rivers and seas. They take between 2 and 14 years to decompose. They often only do so in very particular conditions, such as under high temperatures. Biodegradable filters could also lead to an increase in guilt-free littering through smokers believing that discarded butts don't have an environmental impact. However, the greatest risk of biodegradable filters is that they allow tobacco companies to continue the filter fraud and to greenwash in order to rehabilitate their reputation. The best policy, therefore, is to ban all filters. This would mean smokers smoking filterless cigarettes, which I'll remind the House are no worse for their health. This would incentivise quitting, which is also the best way to tackle tobacco-related litter and pollution, and would put people off from starting something I'm sure everyone in this House would be in favour of. Ending the sale of filters would remove the fraud being perpetrated on smokers that by using a filter they're protecting their health. We banned descriptors such as light and mild because they gave false comfort to smokers that they were using safer products and inhibited them from quitting. We should do the same again, ensuring those who smoke do not do so because of a belief that their cigarette is safer. Recent ASH polling showed that only 25% of the public are able to correctly identify that filters have no health benefit. The government should be bold in addressing these misconceptions for the benefit of public health and take the opportunity of a ban to highlight the harms of tobacco. A ban on filters is therefore an opportunity to protect the environment and secure health benefits, and the impact of any ban should be maximised through a strong communications campaign running alongside the ban to educate smokers and the wider public about filter fraud. Briefly on Amendments 86 and 87 on bundles. These amendments flag the need for government to consider the sale of bundles of tobacco, papers and filters that could be seen as a smoking starter kit. Some supermarkets offer these bundles at only a small cost above the cost of the tobacco alone. They are convenient and cost-saving for smokers, which undermines the public health motivation of increasing the price on tobacco products. So finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to reiterate my full support for this legislation and how important it is that we stop the start and bring about a smoke-free generation. And I would like, finally, to commend the work done by Action on Smoking and Health in supporting and shaping what is an excellent bill and will be great law in this country. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Hobhouse. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of new clause 1 in my name. This new clause strengthens the bill by requiring the Secretary of State to conduct a review and publish a report on the impact of contaminated e-liquid and ways to reduce its prevalence. It would also give the Secretary of State the powers to make regulations to curb the harm caused by contaminated e-liquid. I have been campaigning on this issue of spice-spiked vapes ever since it came to my attention last summer. This bill is an opportunity to make a real change to this hugely concerning issue sweeping through schools across the country. New Clause 1 would improve our understanding of contaminated e-liquid and ensure there is provision within the scope of the bill to introduce the necessary regulations to reduce the harm it is causing. The issue was first uncovered by Professor Chris Putney at the University of Bath. He found that 1 in 6 vapes confiscated in schools contained the synthetic drug spice. Spice is a dangerous prison drug, causing serious harm to users, like hallucinations, dizziness, chest pain, breathing difficulties, and damage to vital organs. The highly addictive nature of spice makes it a gateway to criminal activity, coercion, and abuse. It is tragic that anyone would take this drug, but even more so for young people who are often unaware of the dangers. Many young people are inadvertently smoking spice while under the impression it is cannabis. Worryingly, recent investigations have found that it is not just spice that vapes are being contaminated with, but also ketamine and MDMA, which are particularly harmful when taken in high doses. The landscape of contaminated e-liquids is evolving rapidly, and it is likely that this issue will worsen if this bill passes unamended. One of the unintended consequences of banning disposable vapes is that it will drive more users towards refillable vapes, which are currently the primary vehicles for contaminated e-liquids. Unlike disposable vapes, refillable vapes are more susceptible to being spiked with harmful substances. This shift could exacerbate an already significant public health threat, making it even harder to control the spread of dangerous substances in the market. I welcome the banning of disposable vapes. We must take action, though, to safeguard against these unintended consequences. The Metropolitan Police have warned about children accessing these illicit vapes through social media platforms like Snapchat and Telegram. There is clearly a link between social media-driven drug dealing and the rise of vaping in schools. And the ease of access and widespread use of vapes is making it even more difficult to regulate and protect individuals from unknowingly consuming illicit substances. With a lack of knowledge and oversight, counterfeit or illicit vape products are slipping through the cracks, exacerbating the already alarming rise in drug-related incidences. There is much more to understand about how illicit vapes and e-liquids are obtained. New Clause 1 would set us on our way and ensure we build upon the research of Professor Putney at the University of Bath by conducting a review into the impact and prevalence of these illicit e-liquids. I have had several conversations with ministers about this issue, first in response to my adjournment debate. The Minister for Policing, Fire and Crime Prevention committed to addressing the issue through the bill, and I also met with the former Public Health Minister, who assured me that the government and health officials are taking this issue very seriously. I appreciate that ministers want to change in this area, and I urge ministers to please follow through and make this change by supporting New Clause 1. And Madam Deputy Speaker, since I have got a little bit of time, I note the tabling of New Clause 19 in the name of the Shadow Minister, requiring the government to report on the availability of illegal tobacco and vaping products. This is a serious problem, and attention is rightfully being brought to it. And while I support this addition, it does not quite get to the heart of the issue I'm focusing on. My New Clause 1 calls for a specific review of contaminated e-liquids and ways to reduce its prevalence, giving the Secretary of State the necessary powers to make regulations to the harm it causes. Thank you.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by welcoming the amendments to this bill? This is now a strengthened piece of legislation which will create the first smoke-free generation. The long-term chronic health issues that stem from smoking and the impacts they have on our NHS are well known. This bill and these amendments and what it will go on to achieve will be critical in supporting the NHS and improving health outcomes. Today, smoking costs the economy and the wider society over £20 billion a year, including a cost of £3 billion to the NHS and social care. That's the equivalent to the annual salaries of almost 700,000 nurses, or 500,000 GPs, and over 500 million GP appointments. Now, whilst this bill will create the first smoke-free generation, the government recognise that we need to do more to help people quit smoking, which is why I was so glad to welcome the additional funding announced in December to support local authority-led stop smoking services, where Suffolk was allocated an additional £900,000 for this year. For people in Suffolk Coastal, that means they can help access support, live healthier lives and live smoke-free lives. And I know from personal experience just how hard that is. Madam Deputy Speaker, at the second reading of the Tobacco and Vapes Bill in November, I gave up smoking. I gave up smoking. I gave up smoking on that very day because I had just voted on the second reading of a bill that would mean my nieces and nephews would never legally be able to smoke. I've tried to give up smoking before, and the last time was just before the general election, so in truth I never stood a chance of being able to succeed. But I've only been able to succeed this time because I've moved to vapes. Now, there's a saying that's already been quoted in today's debate that if you smoke, vape, and if you don't smoke, don't vape. It's simple and it's true. Madam Deputy Speaker, I spoke in the second reading about the important role this bill will play in preventing young people from taking up vaping. The dramatic rise in children who've taken up vaping should be nationally recognised as one of the most concerning crises facing young people and children today. This new legislation will make it harder for young people to be drawn into vaping, and it will bring vape advertising in line with the current tobacco legislation, with a total ban on vape advertising and sponsorship and a consultation on the vape flavours that we all know are far too appealing to children. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to do more. And I stand here now delivering this contribution. As I stand here now delivering this contribution, new products are appearing on the market that seek to exploit the loopholes in the upcoming ban on single-use vapes. Now, I understand that this bill gives power to the Secretary of State to regulate further, to explicitly limit the size of these vapes and to ban the so-called big puff vapes. These are vapes that provide more than 600 puffs per pod. But in the time since the second reading, we've seen these products come onto the market that can allow people to attach refillable 10ml pods to the vapes, meaning in effect it's a 3,000 puff vape. This isn't big puff vape, this is colossal puff vape. Oh.
She's talking about refillable vapes. Does she agree with me that contaminated refills are a huge problem and the government should really take that very seriously and amend the bill further?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and we've heard that point made very articulately today, and not just by herself, and I look forward to the Minister's response to that. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the issues around the 3,000 puff vapes and the additions that can be made to the current vapes is why I brought forward my own amendment to this bill. That's New Clause 21, and it builds on some of the themes that we've already heard spoken about in this chamber this afternoon. Now, I want to welcome the government's powers in the bill for the Secretary of State to regulate further, standardise the power of reusable vapes, but my amendment would mean that we can limit the size sooner and prevent rogue vape manufacturers from circumventing the rules whilst the Secretary of State undertakes further consultation on these measures. So, though the bill provides these powers to standardise vapes, I'm asking that the government legislate now to standardise, as I've said, the puff and to regulate the puff per vape, so we don't see an explosion of new vapes to the marketplace that are trying to get around the single-use vapes ban and this legislation, this proposed legislation. So may I close, Madam Deputy Speaker, by thanking the Minister and the Department for their work to bring this bill forward and the cross-departmental push to make vaping safer and reduce its appeal to children. I hope that it's welcomed by all sides of the House, and thank you.
Serena Brackenridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will focus my comments on the vaping elements of this bill and in particular the impact on children. It's a desperately sad and damning reflection on our society that we now need a dedicated clinic at Alderhay Children's Hospital to treat children as young as 11 for vaping addiction. I was horrified to read Professor Isber's account of children reaching for their vapes early in the morning before they actually get out of bed, as their vapes sit next to their mobile phones on their bedside table. The alarming rise in nicotine dependency amongst children is deeply troubling. And while I welcome the clinic's success will lead to similar schemes being rolled out across the country, that's not a sign of progress. it is a glaring wake-up call. So today, this bill, we have a chance to break the cycle of addiction, protect our children and build a healthier future for our country. We face the alarming rise of vaping, which has hooked a record number of young people. As a former deputy head teacher, I saw vaping spread through schools like wildfire. I caught students hiding vapes already hooked before they even understood what addiction meant. I saw students that should have been focused on their schoolwork, instead struggling with the cravings they couldn't control. Teachers battling to keep their students in the classroom instead of them sneaking puffs in the toilet. I spoke to worried parents who felt helpless, who never thought that their child would be caught up in this. Vaping isn't just a bad habit, it's a trap, and too many of our young people are already caught in it. The situation we face today did not happen overnight. For far too long, the previous government failed to act whilst vaping rates amongst children soared. It felt like the stable door was left wide open, but the horse had bolted. Now we could sit back and do nothing, watch another generation of young people across Wolverhampton North East and the country getting hooked. But that's not what a responsible government does, and that's not what this Labour government will do. With this bill, we are going to take bold action. Smoke-free zones will be expanded to protect children, families and the most vulnerable in our communities. And for those who want to quit, there will be real support backed by real investment, delivering real results. For too long, we've seen a market designed to hook kids on nicotine, with bright colours, fruity flavours and a shameless advertising that deliberately targets young people.
Will my honourable friend give way? I will give way. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She makes a powerful contribution. Vaping is not a safe alternative for children. According to last year's Growing Up in North Yorkshire survey, 25% of Year 8 students and 49% of Year 10 students have tried vapes, with 9% vaping regularly. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this bill will put an end to the deliberate branding of vapes in ways that appeal to children?
I thank my honourable friend, and I am pleased to say that that ends with this bill. This bill will ban vape advertising that is aimed at children, outlaw sales from vending machines and crack down on packaging designed to attract young eyes. Just firm action to protect children's health, including being bolstered by £10 million boost for trading standards to fund more enforcement officers. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll also take this opportunity to welcome the £62 million recently announced groundbreaking research to investigate the long-term health effects of vaping, tracking 100,000 young people aged 8 to 18 over a decade. Unless we prevent illness, our NHS will continue to be overwhelmed and billions of pounds will be spent addressing a problem that could have been curbed in advance. So I call on the House to pass this bill to protect children across Wolverhampton North East and the country.
Minister, Ashley Dalton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me begin by thanking all honourable and right honourable members for their contributions to this debate. I will try and touch on the many amendments discussed and the key questions raised. At the heart of this bill is the establishment of the smoke-free generation by gradually ending the sale of tobacco products across the UK. Amendments 4 to 35, tabled by the honourable member for East Antrim, amendments 38 to 45, tabled by the honourable member for Romford. Amendments 103 to 111, tabled by the honourable member for Clacton. And new clause 12 from the honourable member for South Holland and Deepings seek to remove this policy or water it down. But there is no liberty or choice in addiction, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this is why the Government is committed to creating the world's first smoke-free generation. And we have the public's backing, with 71% of adults supporting the goal of a smoke-free Britain in a YouGov poll carried out in November 2023. Raising the age of sale to 21 will not meet our ambition to make the UK smoke-free. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Minister and other honourable members have raised the issue of smoke-free places, and Amendments 84, 85 and 92 to 102 seek to limit these powers. I would like to reassure all honourable and right honourable members that in England we intend to consult on extending smoke-free or outdoor places to outside schools, children's playgrounds and hospitals. Private outdoor spaces are out of scope of the powers of the bill. We recognise now is not the right time to extend smoke-free places to outdoor hospitality settings. The powers, as currently drafted, ensure that the bill is appropriately future-proofed. Any regulations made under these clauses will be subject to a statutory consultation to ensure that there is sufficient scrutiny of any extension. And as health is devolved, the devolved governments will decide which places they wish to designate smoke-free. I appreciate the honourable member for North Shropshire's intentions to ensure local authorities have funding to address local public health priorities. However, it would be inappropriate for local authorities to retain the £2,500 fixed penalty notice for licensing offences, as set out in Amendments 1 and 2, as this could distort the enforcement priorities of local authorities and could encourage revenue generation. Councils are already provided with a ring-fence budget for public health, and in 25-26 we are increasing the public health grant to £3.858 billion. We've extended the Swap to Stop scheme for the coming year, including free vape kits for smokers to use as a quit aid. And I can also confirm today that the National Smoke-Free Pregnancy Initiative scheme will continue into the coming year. In response to claims of growth in the illicit market, the latest official data from HMRC published in 2024 does not show an overall increase in the illicit market for tobacco up to 22-23. History shows that when we've introduced targeted tobacco control measures, they have had a positive impact on tackling the problems of illicit tobacco. When the smoking age was increased from 16 to 18, the number of illicit cigarettes consumed fell by 25%, and smoking rates for 16 and 17-year-olds dropped by almost a third. I also understand the aims of the Shadow Secretary of State with new Clause 19. However, the new clause is not needed. The Government already publishes annual data on the illicit tobacco market and will be doing the same for vapes following the introduction of the new vaping product duty in October 2026. Similarly, the Association of Chief Trading Standards provide annual reports and updates specifically on enforcement activity, which includes illegal sale and importation of vapes. An annual report would only duplicate this. And whilst I'm also sympathetic to what the Honourable Member for Bath wishes to achieve with new Clause 1, vapes contaminated with controlled drugs, including spice, are already illegal and are therefore a matter for the police and border force. On cigarette filters, I will.
What she's saying, but if you are listening to the Metropolitan Police and other police forces, it is incredibly difficult, and therefore the bill would actually give us an extra opportunity to protect young children from a terrible pathway into addiction and crime. And isn't it the task of this government to stop that?
I thank the Honourable Member for her intervention. The entire bill is about preventing addiction amongst our young people and preventing their move into crime. These things are already illegal, and the Government believes that existing legislation will allow for them to be dealt with. On cigarette filters, I understand the honourable member's concerns about tobacco litter, but new Clause 2, tabled by the honourable member for Gosport, could lead to greenwashing, improving the reputation of tobacco manufacturers, whilst not necessarily improving environmental outcomes. I will.
It's an incredibly lazy argument. We don't care about greenwashing. Greenwashing is just semantics. We care about cleaning up our beaches, cleaning up our streets, and reducing the cost to local councils of cleaning up litter. This is ridiculous if the government are going to be swayed by one lobby or another and not do the thing which is actually common sense and much better for our environment.
I thank the honourable member for intervention. However, if I'm allowed to finish, that is one of the issues. However, this may not necessarily improve environmental outcomes. However, we do consider that there are already powers available to the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs which enable the government to limit the damage to the environment caused by filters, and so therefore these amendments are unnecessary. Similarly, new clause 14, tabled by my honourable friend the member for Dartford, seeks to prohibit the supply of all cigarette filters or cigarettes containing filters, whether they contain plastic or not. But ultimately, we believe the best way to tackle filters is through the reduction of smoking rates. On bundles of tobacco products, the bill gives government the powers to regulate retail packaging of tobacco products and devices, herbal smoking products, cigarette papers, as well as vaping and nicotine products. In addition, the bill already gives the government powers to regulate how products are packaged together in bundles. We therefore do not believe that Amendments 86 and 87, tabled by my honourable friend the member for Dartford, are necessary. Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendments 46, 90 and 91 and new clauses 8, 9, 10 and 15 all seek to undermine our promise to the electorate to stop vapes being advertised to children. And we have a clear mandate, with 74% of adults in Great Britain supportive of a ban, and we will not create any exemptions that could undermine this. On Amendment 90 and new clause 15, let me reassure the Shadow Secretary of State and my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend, that the government is not prohibiting the promotion of vapes in general as a smoking cessation tool. Let me reassure honourable friends, the member for Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend and the member for Suffolk Coastal, that the bill already provides the government with powers to limit the amount of nicotine in a nicotine pouch, to regulate vaping products in such a way that would prohibit the sale of high puff count vaping devices, including setting tank capacity limits or devices where multiple refill tanks are attached, and to ban any other ingredient that may be harmful. The government believes that these measures are more appropriate for secondary legislation due to the technical details that need to be captured, rather than in primary legislation, as new clauses 4 and 21 require. On the issue of vape flavours in Amendment 37, raised by my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend, we recognise that vape flavours are a really important consideration for adult smokers seeking to quit smoking. But we also know that sweet or fruity flavours are the main appeal of vape flavours to children, and certain flavours and ingredients can be particularly harmful to health. So we've been clear that we will carefully consider our future regulations so that we get the balance right, and this is subject to a statutory duty to consult. Similarly, I'd like to reassure her that Amendment 88 is unnecessary. We will honour the long-established principles of good consultation when consulting on regulations under Part 5 of the bill, including in relation to who is consulted. On new clause 6 and 7, while the government is committed to protecting children from the risk of harm of addiction, our approach across all products in the bill is for age to be verified at sale and not at the point of use. Mandating any age-gating technology for vapes creates harsher restriction for vaping than for smoking. And this could potentially make vapes less accessible and less attractive to adult smokers wishing to quit and use vapes as a smoking cessation tool. I recognise the Honourable Member for Harrow East's concerns about online sales. However, it would not be proportionate to ban all online sales, which would impact on those retailers that are seeking to operate within the law. On the issue of, sorry, forgive me while I run back. That's fine. Excuse me, first time here. Okay. As was discussed at committee, going back to the issue of wider enforcement, new Clause 18 and Amendment 89 do not reflect the complex processes required to develop the licensing scheme in England and Wales. While I'm sympathetic of the Shadow Secretary of State's aims, rushing to publish draft regulations within 2 months of royal assent would risk creating flawed policy. And finally, she says, I want to pay tribute to colleagues in the Scottish Government, Welsh Government and the Northern Ireland Executive. This UK-wide bill has been developed in partnership with them, and I want to thank them for their support. Our manifesto committed to resetting our relationship with the devolved governments, and this bill is a great success in demonstrating collaboration across governments in improving the health of the nation. I will.
Would the Minister care to explain to the House how, since the Tobacco Directive applies to Northern Ireland under the protocol through Section 7A of the 2018 Act and applies directly, and the Tobacco Directive forbids the type of proposition in this bill, how, therefore, this bill is going to be applicable in Northern Ireland, so long as the Tobacco Directive applies.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. This bill has been put together, as I have said, with collaboration across all of the governments and bearing in mind all of the government's legal obligations under the law. All of these things have been taken into account, and this bill is able to be brought forward in that way. Our manifesto committed to delivering the smoke-free generation, and we are working across all governments to make sure that we can deliver that, as well as honouring our international obligations. And as a result, this government does not consider new Clause 3, tabled by the Honourable Member for North Antrim, to be necessary. This is because we are content that measures drafted in the bill, which apply in relation to Northern Ireland, are consistent with our obligations under the Windsor framework, and the proposed amendment would put us in breach of international law. In the drafting of the bill, as I have already stated, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have considered all its domestic and international obligations, and it is for these reasons that the Government cannot support this amendment.
Absolutely.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is about bringing about a real change and bringing around a smoke-free generation. As we have discussed, there is no liberty or choice in addiction, and almost all smokers want to quit, and 2/3 wish they'd never started. I started smoking at the age of 16 and decided I could stop when I was 18. I couldn't. I know, I'll decide to stop when I'm 21. And then it was 25. And then it was when I graduated. And then it was when I had a child. At no point was I able to give up this pernicious addiction. It took a cancer diagnosis to scare me into being able to stop smoking. And I do not wish that upon any of our young people. Yeah. In conclusion, many of these amendments are unnecessary because the bill already grants the government powers to take forward the issue with the more appropriate secondary legislation. This is a landmark bill, which is the most significant public health intervention in a generation. It strikes the right balance between the interests of public health by being proportionate and not overly burdensome. It allows It allows the government to bring forward the appropriate legislation and secondary legislation to ensure that we can deliver a smoke-free generation that protects all of our children from the addiction of tobacco, a uniquely harmful substance.
Order. Under the order of the House of 26th of November, I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings on consideration to a conclusion. The question is that Government New Clause 11 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Government New Clause 11 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. New Clause 2 has been selected for separate decision. I call Dame Caroline Dinenage to move New Clause 2 formally.
Formally.
The question is that New Clause 2 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. 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 Of the contrary, no. No! Aye. No! Division! Clear the lobby. The question is that New Clause 2 be added to the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Sir Edward Lee and Sir Desmond Swain. Tell us for the noes, Gerald Jones and Taiwo Owatemi. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 137. The noes to the left, 304.
The ayes to the right were 137. The noes to the left, 304. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. New clause 19 has been selected for separate decision. I call the Shadow Minister to move new clause 19 formally.
I beg to move formally.
The question is that new clause 19 be added to the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 19 be added to the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Paul Holmes and Harriet Cross. The tellers for the noes, Gerald Jones and Taiwo Owatemi. Order.
The ayes to the right, 159. The noes to the left, 307.
The ayes to the right were 159, the noes to the left 307, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. I call the Minister to move amendments 47 to 59 formally.
Formally.
The question is that government amendments 47 to 59 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 1 has been selected for separate decision. I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson to move the amendment formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Wendy Chamberlain and Susan Murray. The tellers for the noes, Gerald Jones and Taiwo Owatemi. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 72. The noes to the left, 304.
The ayes to the right were 72, the noes to the left 304, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. I call the Minister to move amendments 60 to 80 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Government Amendments 60 to 80 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 85 has been selected for separate decision. I call the Shadow Minister to move the amendment formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 85 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 85 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Paul Holmes and Harriet Cross. The tellers for the noes, Gerald Jones and Taiwo Owatemi. Order.
Ayes to the right, 92. The noes to the left, 303.
The ayes to the right were 92. The noes to the left, 303. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. I call the Minister to move Government Amendment 81 formally.
Formally.
The question is that Government Amendment 81 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Consideration completed. Third reading.
No.
Minister to move third reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be now read the third time. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me start by thanking honourable members on both sides of the chamber for their positive and constructive engagement today, and more generally as this bill has progressed through this House. I'd also like to put on record my sincerest thanks to all members of the Public Bill Committee who scrutinised the bill extremely thoroughly and brought it to this stage. This bill is the next step in a long history of action on tobacco, but as this House is aware, it is not a step that this Labour government has taken alone. I would like to thank the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and North Allerton for his ambition towards making a difference to the future of our country by championing the previous Tobacco and Vapes Bill. The bill that we are discussing today is even stronger in its ambition to tackle smoking and youth vaping, in part thanks to the contributions and debate from MPs across all parties on these most critical of issues. I'd like to thank the Shadow Frontbench for their engagement with the bill, and particularly the Shadow Minister, the Honourable Member for Sleaford and North Hykeham, who has been a determined campaigner for action on youth vaping over a number of years. I want to put on record my thanks to my officials in the Department for Health and Social Care and the devolved governments, Office of Parliamentary Counsel, the Government Legal Department and the clerks, whose tireless work and support on the bill has enabled the development of this extraordinary legislation. Madam Deputy Speaker, when this government took office, we promised to create a smoke-free generation. Today we're delivering on that promise, and by creating a smoke-free UK, we are investing in a healthier society for all. This bill will tackle the concerning rise in youth vaping and reduce the immense burden that tobacco-related illnesses place on our society and our NHS. I consider it a great privilege to have overseen these last parts of scrutiny of this bill, and urge all honourable and right honourable members to support this bill to proceed to the other place.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Shadow Secretary of State, Ed Arger.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and conscious of time, I will be very brief. I want to recognise that there are sincerely and strongly held views on both sides of the debate on this bill, and want to recognise how that has played out with courtesy in this chamber and in committee, with members showing respect for one another and for differing views. And I especially wanted to put on record my gratitude to all honourable and right honourable members who've spoken, to congratulate the Minister on, in a sense, being thrown into the deep end and taking through a piece of legislation, again with courtesy, very swiftly after she was appointed. To thank the clerks, the whips, obviously, and those who served on the Bill Committee. And in that respect, I do want to single out the phenomenal work done on this, in this respect, by the Shadow Minister, the honourable member, my honourable friend, the member for Sleaford and North Hykeham, and her staff, Angus Forbes Cable and Joey Ricky Ardiello, I think I've pronounced his name right, who did so much on this, especially at the committee stage. As ever, I think that even though there are strong feelings on both sides, this House has shown itself able to grapple with difficult issues with courtesy and thoughtfulness.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Taiwo Owatemi and Gerald Jones. The tellers for the noes, Sir Edward Lee and Sir Desmond Swain. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 366. The noes to the left, 41.
Shameful.
The ayes to the right were 366, the noes to the left 41, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock.
Oh.